Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, October the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know. Thank you, Green. All right, guys. Yeah, so I haven't done too much pre-market work because I wanted to, was bound and determined to short this NUVL. I was actually very surprised that Interactive Brokers had shorts available. Only 20,000 right now. Anyway, I'm out of it right now. I may take a look at it again if it gets down to below that 34 mark. I was able to get some, I watched it get up to almost 40, pull back a couple of times right at 37, took the short right around 37 and covered most around the 35 mark. I don't want to risk it. And as Zach pointed out, huge, if this is correct, huge short float percent of 62%. Very low float, high short float percent. So, and again, this is the nonsensical things that we're seeing now with these like preclinical phase ones that are just, going up for almost no reason. I mean, yeah, put out a press release like that, and traders are just hopping on it. I mean, at the beginning, there wasn't very much volume. There's about 414,000 now. But at the beginning, when this was moving, there was hardly any volume even. So anyway, that is what I was doing. So of course, guys, Amazon. Excuse me, another one got just crushed after hours yesterday. If you were watching, so Amazon released earnings. The stock closed at 110. It is at 95 right now. Not quite the crushing that Meta had, but still probably a shock. I probably not a shock. I'm sure people were expecting this, but now speaking of Apple, I did something again. I'm starting to do some crazy things here. I actually shorted Apple. Right, let's see, what time was it? They released at 4:30. I shorted Apple right around here. I think it was at 143-ish. I was talking to the trader guys in Trade Ideas, or I was in our Slack thread. So I shorted this at 143. It got down to 141, and I covered. I didn't take that much. When it opened, when it actually the earnings came out, yeah, that was like such a quick. I didn't have an auto stop or anything like that. That was up here, but it was in a heartbeat and then right back down. Bottom line is I got out around 138, I think. So yeah, I just felt I had to do it. But actually, Apple is at least it did not collapse. It has come back. So maybe that'll put a bit of a shot in the arm to the rest of the text today. Now, what else is happening? QNGY. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. This has been active has had some active days. We had an active day here about a week ago. I don't see any specific news on it. Pinterest, though, PINS, another one, another called tech stock, bucking the trend, had earnings after hours. Look at this. Ooh, EPIX, guys. I'm hearing EPIX right now. And again, probably getting close to that 200-day again. So there's EPIX, EPIX. I'm hearing it in terms of that's text to voice. Well, it's got to take out that 200-day moving average. Yeah, I'm just going to mention China, guys. I mean, China is just getting creamed here. Look at KWeb. KWeb's on my list here. Look at KWeb down. Further lockdowns in China. I mean, they're really aggressive. So this is just devastating most of the China stocks that I've seen. No point going over them all. XPAV, another all-time low, I believe. Yeah, another all-time low for XPAV. I'm sure NIO and LI are doing the same thing. But, pick a China stock. They're all down. Well, that'd be nice, but I'd like to see it take up that 200-day moving average. 504. So I can just stick another alert up here. Intel. Intel also released earnings and, didn't get creamed. Yay. So, we've had Pinterest, even Apple. I mean, Apple didn't soar higher, but at least it didn't get trashed. Intel is up on earnings. This one, I haven't seen this something like this for a while. Here's a company joining the S&P 500, ACGL. ACGL set to join the S&P 500. The real. We're not talking about mid cap. We're not talking about small cap. We're talking about the big guy. So yeah. So Arch Capital, ACGL, and we're interesting. Replace Twitter. What happened to Twitter? Uh-huh. And RXO will be added to the S&P Midcap 400. Let's take a look to see what RXO is doing. RXO. Did I type that wrong? So maybe it's not trading under that ticker yet. I don't understand why I'm not getting RXO. Anyway, ACGL though, that's the big news for it. Here's a Brazilian company, Vale. I wonder what's happening in Brazil. Of course, I think their elections are on. Oh no, this is actually an earnings play yesterday. Or today. I'm a little confused here because we have it October 27th during the market, which is very rare. But maybe they released today. I'm just looking right here. They may have released today. Yeah, it looks like they were. Well, okay, I see why. Anyway, Vale is an earnings play, guys. Vale is an earnings play. VALE. Meta. Let's take a look at Facebook. Meta. Yeah, it's still hanging around that 100 mark. What was a low down here? 95. I think it got a little lower in the after hours, maybe. No, 96.10. Looks like the low was 96.10 after hours for Meta. Yeah, that's what yeah, minus 0.5 would mean, yeah, yesterday during market hours, but that can't be because it looks like, at least I think what it is they might have released at midnight, something like that. So anyway, bottom line, it's an earnings play today for Vale. Now, has Amazon put in a low? And it's hard to see. What's the low this morning was 94, but 95, say. So has Amazon put in a low? I'm going to stick an alert here around 98.33. That is the, discounting that big topping tail that probably was, I don't know, maybe a fake print or something. But so we'll have a contest. Who's going to finish higher today, Amazon or Meta? They're both around the 100 mark. And Apple, yeah, Apple Market doing? Yeah, so the market is actually putting a little bit of a recovery. Was gapping down a little bit, but Apple, Intel, probably helping. That was a big uh-oh moment down here, guys. I mean, you know, again, I don't know if there is truly a print down here at 128. I certainly couldn't get out of it down there. But anyway, take a look at anything else happening. SPRC, a small one. SPRC, wow, low float, lots of volume. Ugh, I wonder how that tastes. A new keto gummies apple cider vinegar product. Yee. I don't know. Yeah, EW. I see EW here. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, EW is an earnings play also. Edwards Life Sciences. Man, I remember when this one was. Take a look at a monthly chart on this. Oops. Yeah, 132. I remember, sort of remember these. Well, I remember when it broke 100. So this is a big gap down on earnings for EW. Not very much volume yet. The big gap down was after hours. You can see the mauve area right here. That is the big gap down after hours. And the gap is holding. That gap down is holding. All right, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have for our analysts from, not from briefing.com, but where I get the information from, briefing.com. Well, we got a small list of upgrades and a larger list of downgrades. So let me get some of them in. Couple of upgrades for MYRG. MYRG. Take a look at that when I couple of upgrades for Intel, INTC, couple of upgrades for Guild, GILD. We just take a look at this MYRG. Anything happening with it? Well, had a bad day yesterday, that's for sure. Was it an earnings play? Yeah, it was an earnings play. So anyway, interesting. And yeah, solar, FSLR for solar had an upgrade. I think 10 is probably doing pretty well. All right, lengthy list of downgrades. Let me get them in. Edward Jones downgrading Meta. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let me get them into our YouTube room. Did Guild also have earnings? Okay, actually, let me take a look at some of these earnings plays. Again, I had to concentrate so much on that NUVL, so couldn't do as much pre-market work as I would have liked to. But here are some earnings plays right here, guys. Here's DAIO. In fact, let me just do a sort on the earnings date column. Okay, so here they are today. Next week, we will have about 1,000 companies releasing earnings. So it'll be really active in terms of earnings. So there's, remember when EDU went crazy? Of course, China education stock went crazy on earnings. It went right, I think this was it, or right here. Had a great day. TAL usually kind of trades along with it a little bit. So TAL is an earnings play today, China stock. But remember, KWeb is way down today. You have EQNR, another earnings play. Norwegian company. PINS, we've talked about PINS, an earnings play. DXCM, a more expensive one, earnings play. And Guild, yes, Guild. So those are the earnings plays. And Ranger, I guess RNGR. Any volume? No, no volume. Could be interesting only because of the float. 11 million in the float. No volume yet. And they release pre-market, so there's no volume, 12,000 shares, and that's it. Let's take a look at the ones on the way down, though. I'm going to do a yeah, I don't, well, DVA is on my list. DVA, I think that's a big, yeah, look at this gap down for, wow, look at this, Davita. Look at this gap down for DVA on earnings. LYB, another one, gapping down on earnings. Guys, we're talking about EW, big gap down on earnings. Of course, we've talked about Amazon. There's Vail. So these are the gap down on earnings plays. Remember, anything, if you see 0.25, that means they released earnings pre-market. If you see minus 0.25, that meant they released earnings after hours yesterday. So the mauve area after hours, beige area pre-market on our charts. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sector. So we're in for kind of a neutral open right now. No big gap up, no big gap down. Just give me one moment. All right, sorry about that. So let me go down to the sector status and see what's happening. Okay, so this is what you're looking at. You're looking at the major sectors. This is energy right here. XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 95% in green, what does that mean? That means that 95% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that means, okay? So that is obviously the strongest sector right now. Of course, that can all turn around once the market opens, but right now there's, well, communications, 81%. But right now, again, energy, 95% of them are up from yesterday's close. Mic is not working. Guys, you can't hear me? Do a test here. So I'm talking about, must be on your end, Zach. I did mute myself just for about 30 seconds before. Okay, let's take a look. Anything else sneaking in here? And again, these two scans right here, my pre-market actives up and down, these are shareable. Okay, I did put my, Jonathan, I mean, you can come back. I mean, I did put myself on mute for about 30 seconds, okay? You know, I thought I said I was doing that, but maybe I didn't. Okay, KBR, not very much volume. Just trying to see if there's anything else that is kind of sneaking in right now. Yeah, that's a big gap down for DVA. Wow. I mean, not a lot of volume yet. And it is pre-market. They did release in the pre-market as DVA on earnings. Where could it? $75. Looks like that's kind of the next low area. Okay, you got my alert set for EPIX just around that 200-day moving average. See if it takes it out today. A lot of volume already. A lot of volume already. And ACGL, I'm hearing, again, they're being added to the S&P 500 today. They're replacing Twitter. Man, no more Twitter. Amazing. PDD, anybody watching? Well, the China stock. So what's happening? Getting trashed for a little bit of a bounce. You know, if you're going to play any China stocks today, especially if they don't have any news at all, you know, I would definitely have KWeb up beside it. I mean, Wuhan goes back into lockdown as China clings to zero COVID, etc. They're talking about until March. I thought I read something about till March. I know this says October 30th, but anyway, this is really again slam. Look at the China stocks. Remember when it had this? Let me just go and look at a weekly chart here. No, look at a daily. Well, sort of remember this kind of run up here. You know, I mean, they were just. But look at since here, $32 down to low yesterday of 17. Hmm. So we may be having mic issue. Not in my end. I definitely my mic is on, and the little sound icon, the little mic bar is definitely on. So again, who's going to finish higher today, Meta or Amazon? Both around $100. Yeah, YouTube is usually fine. Thank you, Joey. And we're talking about in our main room. And by the way, if you ever want to come into the main room, what I call the main room, I call it the main room because there are more traders in there, a lot more action among traders. So that is the main trading room. You can stay in YouTube if you want, that's fine. CEO resigned. That's usually not a good thing, especially if it's not planned. Momo. Of course, China stock, right? Yeah, well, due to health reasons, okay. Okay, Jonathan, I got it. Okay. So I'm going to do a little experiment again today, guys. I'm back to my docked. I want to see the performance. Right now, my computer is just whispering at me, which is fine. Can hardly hear it. I want to see what happens once the market opens and we start getting all the data coming in. I still have an issue when I'm connected to the simulator and the chart's not loading as quickly as I'd like, but I can work around that. And if my system really starts to bog down again, I will go back to my non-docked version of what you see. Yeah, Apple, I'm sure there's a sigh of relief, that this didn't actually happen. Is when it went down to one. Again, I don't know if this really happened. I mean, I do see the bottoming tail there, 128. Now this is when they released, but I don't know if there's. I mean, it might have happened. Might have been one share. I don't know. I really don't know. But I'm sure the market is breathing a sigh of relief that Apple did not collapse. Thank you, William. All right, guys. Yeah, so there's a minute to the open. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. I probably won't take any trades until at least 15 minutes into the market. And I know I say this every single day, but if I were new to trading, I would sit out at least the first 30 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. There's no mad rush. Yes, lots of action when the market opens, but the action can be very volatile, up, down, up, down. So even I, who, I've been trading for a few years, I would typically sit out the first 15. I will miss the ones that keep, from the get-go, just keep running, but I'm okay with that. Oh, look at the Nuval now, NUVL now. The shorts are being snapped up a little bit at Interactive Brokers. It's only 12,000 left. We're now open. And we have our first halt of the day, SATX. SATX just got halted. Not sure I understand what's going on here. Is this a new... Okay, so this is a SPAC, guys. Man, okay. This is... So this starts trading as SATX today. Now remember what happened to that other one yesterday when SLNA? Remember this one? Volatility. 26 is Always it seems to always be a volatility halt. Okay. Well, big level for it to be taking out the QNGI. Sorry. Your fantasy area would be way up here around $4. All right, guys. Amazon. Whoop, briefly, Amazon was over 100. Briefly. Wow, I mentioned this NYCB. I saw this one right around here. We saw it. We're getting the alert. Look at this NYCB. Not an earnings play either. Oh my gosh. GME is even going, guys. GME. Wall Street bets mentions for Friday. GME. See anything else? AMC. Take a look at AMC. Look at SPY. Yeah, SPY. Nice action so far. Okay, sorry guys. Just this is the HTCR from yesterday. I didn't like the way it was trading in the pre-market. It was all up and down, up and down. Hit a high yesterday at 243 or 4. Whoa, CTXR. CTXR. Big pop up here. It's not a low float though, 133 million. So I don't know what's happening with it. It's not an earnings play, of course, but big pop up for CTXR. Maybe coming into some resistance right around that 120 mark. Well done, Shady. Excellent. Excellent. Look at this QNG just absolutely exploded. Great call by Shady early on the QNGY. Just absolutely exploded. Low float. All right, guys, this NUVL is really starting to weaken. 33.89 might get me back into this short. I'm just looking at that bottoming tail right there. Yeah, it's a contest, guys. Meta or Amazon? Who's going to finish higher? Right around that 100 mark. Yeah. Maybe not. Look at Nuvo. Wow. Okay. It's not over yet. Look at this Nuvo. Takes out that high right there of 40. You never know. It would be an all-time high. So what's on tap here for this QNGY? The next high, so it's above that high. Next high is 3. Then after that, 407. So this has still got some room if it wants to keep moving. Avatar, AVT, Avantar, I know, but AVTR. Earnings play, guys, and this is not a lifetime low, no. Earnings play, AVTR, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Whoa, NUVL, over 40 now. That's why I don't anticipate. I could have said, it's gonna break down right there. I put my alert right there at 33.54. And I think did this just get halted? QNGY? I don't think so, no. No, not halted. Guys, keep an eye on Hertz, HTZ, keep an eye on Hertz through the 200-day moving average. When you look left, 2106, 2106, keep an eye on Hertz for sure. That's the next high, I think. Let me make sure of that. I'm sorry, 20 would be the next high. 20 would be the next high. So it's about 50 cents away from the next high. If it could take that out somehow, then you're looking in this area. But it's, through the 200-day moving average, briefly. I'm sorry, you are right. It is halted. I was looking at the trading. QNGY is halted at 938 plus 46 seconds. Mucho volume. Look at that. 2.6 in the float and 12 million have traded already. This will probably trade the float. Let's take a guess at this one. So not quite 6 times, probably about 5.5 times right now. I don't know, 10 times today. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, big reverse split. I don't know when it was, but that's why, position in lifetime range, look how low it is. In the lifetime range, only 1.3% above the low or in the range. And that's because, of course, if we look at a monthly chart, there we go. So there's a high up here at 143. Okay, that is reverse split adjusted. But who cares, right? Today's the day. All right, guys, Meta and Amazon neck and neck. 100.23, 100.51, neck and neck. Another one got halted, ENSC. This one, yeah, I saw this one in the pre-market. Look how choppy it was in the pre-market. Look how choppy it was basically all day yesterday. PCVX. I know you were talking about a short idea, Jamie, but look at this. This is just strong. Strong, strong, strong. PCVX, raising money at $32 hasn't really come close to it. Now you might say, well, yes, it did, but remember, this is the day that it did it or announced the $32 financing, closed at 40. So this is now just strong, strong, strong. Look at the SPY, guys. So we don't have a disconnect. Yesterday we had, I think, a disconnect all day long between the Dow and NAS, but we don't have a disconnect right now. I mean, Dow is up a lot more than NAS right now, but we don't have the same sort of disconnect that we had yesterday. So here we go. Here are my couple thumbnail charts right there, Amazon and Meta. So this is why I'm talking about little race going on. Who will finish higher today? So you asked, was there news? I don't see any news on it. QNGY, I don't see any news. See if we have any. Yeah, I don't see any. Nope, just one of those ones where, traders decide today it's your turn, you little low floater. Big applause for Shady on that one, guys. He called it right around here, just under 2, I think. Shady had 2 excellent calls in the room this week. ePix was the one on the 26th. Look at 8, guys. EGHT. EGHT. 8 is an earnings play, just over 4, starting to move. Starting to move. A little extended right now, but over that 4. 455 maybe. I mean, I know I keep saying look left, but sometimes, these little areas may not block it, but that looks like the big resistance area for 8 EGHT around 450 to 460. Pins, guys. So the next high looking left is 25.38, and after that, 25.66, and then after that, the 26 level. So a little bit of room. Great reaction to earnings right through that 200-day moving average. So here, if you look at my 10-day daily breakout, you see at 9:34, there's QNGY at 227, as an example. Okay, so that's one of the scans I am sharing. Mm. Yeah, Sid, you cannot go to the main room through the channel bar. But I'll give you the link, okay? The main, yeah, and the channel bar, when you click on the main, it takes you to the YouTube channel. Okay, for you VWAP players, ASRT is right at the VWAP, 258. ASRT. The problem is it's got that 200-day moving average just above it. Pinterest, guys, still on the move here. PINS, still on the move. After hours highs, 26.27. So great reaction to earnings right through that 200-day moving average, like nothing. Wow, a lot of action right off the bat. AVTR, I think didn't I just have it up? Yes, I just had it up. Yeah, earnings play, isn't it? Yeah. Nah, I sort of missed it. I mean, I saw it right there, 1872. It came down my 10-day daily breakdown. Too much going on right now. Look at that, 1872. And when it has news, I really should have paid a lot more attention to it. News meaning it's an earnings play. Not quite a lifetime low. Let's see if it takes out 18. Wow, this is definitely a lot of shorts available for this one, AVTR. 21 million at Interactive Brokers. So this is obviously for most brokerages eminently shortable. Interesting, because there was really not that much action in the pre-market. Yeah, a couple of Okay, this Crocs, is that an earnings play? No, it's not an earnings play. They release next week, I guess. Crocs is weakening here. This is an AI alert for those of you still in the test drive. It seems like it's going on forever because it ends on Monday. But if you have the AI, you see the alert at 72.28. It's 70.89 right now. So this is what I'm talking about. Okay. And all shorts. Interesting. The market's up, but the AI has picked three shorts. You know, this one interesting. ACGL. This is going on to being added to the S&P 500, replacing Twitter. ACGL. Wow. All right, the race is still on, guys. Now Meta and Amazon both under 100, almost the same price. Different market caps, of course, but I'm just kind of fun to watch to see which one is going to finish higher today. Okay, so what I'm going to do with 8 is put an alert, say around 413, see if it takes that back again. It's going to be active all day. It is an earnings play, EGHT. Look at this market, big surge in the market. Intel, nice move here. It's an earnings play. Where could it go? Let's take a look at the daily chart. So, I mean, it's got some room to 29.51, guys. If you look left on it, the daily chart, 29.51 is the next high, other than today's high, of course. So where could Crocs go? The next low looking left is 69.36. So it still has some room underneath to get to that next low. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but this is an AI alert. Yeah, so AVTR actually had a bounce. I was looking to see if it was going to take out 18. I was probably going to get into a short on it if it took out 18 in any big way, but it actually had a bounce. Just again, we're just renting at blue collar. Okay. Never marrying these things. You know, these are not investments. Just try to trade it on its day, and that's about it. Of course, I'm talking about the QNGY. FSTX, I saw that one in the pre-market, but the volume I think was just, yeah, it was really choppy. The volume wasn't great. I mean, it's only 226 right now. So it's coming right into what I consider a huge resistance area. Is it shortable? It is shortable for me at Interactive. Yeah, tons of shares. 800,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. So a news halt for YMAB. This was my big miss 2 days, 3 days ago, 2 days ago on the short. Yeah, and I appreciate what Blue Collar is saying. Remember, guys, if you're in a stock like this QNGY, this is, well, in my opinion, this is not an investment at all. You're just playing the day, okay? It's got that low float. It has no news at all. 30, well, I was way wrong. I thought maybe it would be trade the float 5 times or 6 times. But look at this, 30 million already, 2.6 million in the float. So I don't know, some Reddit crew has got a hold of this just because it's a low float. All right, as crazy as it sounds, I am going to put an alert for NUVL at the high of the day. Now, this had so-called news. I mean, phase one, preclinical phase one data. We're starting to see these crazy moves, even though they're just phase one. Why the high of the day? Because I think that, triggers a lot of alerts for people. And 91%, so it's almost at a lifetime high. Ooh, DBD has got some room, I think. 238 is the next high looking left. So after that, $3. So DBD has got some room, extended now, but it does have some room if it can kind of rest a bit. But when did they do the reverse split? So that was on the 4th. So I mean, we're talking 3 weeks ago, almost 4 weeks ago. So, or let me see, did they, when was it effective? Yeah, so October 6th. So yeah, it was a reverse split on the 6th. Okay, so the immediate reaction was selling off. A lot of times, so I don't think I still don't see any news with them at all. But after that reverse split, I mean that stock just sunk. A lot of times, if they're smart, what they'll try to do, they'll do the reverse split, and then within several days, they'll have some kind of announcement to try to juice the stock a bit. Yeah, easy come, easy go. Yeah, look at that SPRC. I mean, right up there, low float, and then right back down. SPRC. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this one. NXGN. Look at the room it's got. I mean, it had a big, well, when was an earnings? So it must have been an earnings play, popped up on earnings, really fell hard yesterday. So there's the high of yesterday of 2066. So, I mean, if this can keep going, there's the next high looking left is 2064. So that's over $1 away. So as long as the market, it seems like it's following the market. What is it? It's a provide software and services, ambulatory healthcare. So it's sort of a healthcare stock. Yeah, if you look at yesterday's action, even on the 15-minute chart, though, might be too much resistance right around that 1962 level. If you look at NXGN on the 15-minute chart and you check to see what it was doing yesterday, it might be too much resistance right there around 1965. Now, NXGN may not listen to me. I mean, I think there might be some resistance right around here, 1964 or so, but you'll have to see. If it can break through that, then again, that 2064, that'd be still $1 away from yesterday's high. But the market's putting in a little bit of a red bar right now. So a lot of stocks that follow the market might be falling a little bit. Okay, AGFY now. They did financing, I think. I think the market news is that Apple didn't crash, in my opinions, but I think that's the market news. I mean, I'm kind of kidding, but I think the fact that Apple did not crash after earnings, I think that certainly helped. Because remember, Amazon released right around 4 o'clock, crashed. I mean, big gap down. And then Apple releases at 4:30, and I'm sure the market was holding its collective breath to see what was going to happen. That's funny, Zach. I'm not on mute, so I wonder what's happening here, guys. We're having maybe, I'm not on mute. My mic is on. This little microphone icon is on, so might have to just do. So if you can't hear me, Yeah, just some systems. Sometimes it happens. Hmm. Every now and then we run into that. I don't know why. I have no idea why. Look at DAIO, guys. Earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Released earnings after hours yesterday got up to 421. Look at Hertz now. So it popped through the 200-day moving average, and now it's below it. Hertz meaning HTZ. I think I read something about this Bread Financial. Are they not? They're joining maybe the S&P 400 or something? Don't quote me on that, but I think I know Goldman is maintaining price target of 43. Okay, covers with neutral and a target of 43. Thought I read something about them. One of those S&Ps that they're joining. Okay, guys, this QNGY on that pull back to 322. I mean, if it takes out that 369, it could keep going. My challenge that high of the day. But look what it did. What's the high right there? 407. What's the high? 394. So it got very close to, I thought this would be, a pretty big resistance area on the daily chart. And that's what it got to, right up here. So no shorts available, yeah, for most of us anyway. None at Interactive Brokers, and I think even Zach said at Centerpoint there were none available. Well, this Dio looks like it wants to try to take out 4 on earnings, right through that 200-day moving average. Bitcoin play, I think, is that right? No, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, completely wrong. BTCY, yeah, not a lot of volume. Okay, guys, EW, what is it doing now? Okay, so this is, I mean, earnings play got absolutely crushed, down 17%. It's a big float, so that's a big move, for 613 in the million in the float, and bunch of downgrades. Guys, I mean, Crocs, mentioned Crocs as a earnings play from the AI. Well, didn't pick it because it wasn't, excuse me, didn't pick it because it was an earnings play, but this has worked out very well from the AI, $72 on the alert, 68 now, 68.70 now. So if you have the AI, this is all I would do, guys. I would just have this window open and that's it. And concentrate on, I mean, you can just, where you take the trades is up to you. The only thing I would absolutely make sure you do is obey the stop price. And even Amazon, trying to short Amazon now. But definitely the Crocs, a big winner from the AI so far. I think we'll have a lot more action from the AI in terms of earnings plays. I mean, look at this. That's an earnings play, of course. Crocs, Amazon. Is it Crocs? I want to make sure Crocs is an earnings play. So I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Crocs is not an earnings play today. It's next week. Sorry. Amazon certainly. What about TTD? But I think next week we'll see probably a lot of things in the AI that happen to be earnings plays. Why? Because, of course, when a company releases earnings, they're usually pretty volatile that day. All right, keeping an eye on these, a couple from Zach's bounce scans. May need the market on your side a little bit though. But look at EQT. I mean, it's right at the 200-day, 37.41, right at the 200-day moving average. Yesterday's low was down here around 36.73. Let's see if that 200-day moving average can kind of hold it. It's not an earnings play. Had earnings, I guess, yesterday. Or the reaction to earnings was yesterday, October 26th post-market. So the reaction will be yesterday on the 27th. You can see what happened. Yeah, put an alert. Aha, so it just took out that high, guys, QNGY. Well, not the today's high, but the high of that candle right there. So can it take out the high of the day? 393. See if the volume picks up. Big action right here for this QNGY, guys. The volume can pick up. All right, guys, just it's a battle. It's a battle right now for the on the QNGY. Try to take out that high right there and maybe progress to the high of the day and maybe, but the problem is again, it's really, you're going to need a lot of volume. It's a very low float, so it won't take like a huge amount of volume, but to pop it through all this at 4. Yeah, BBBY, didn't they do another financing? They did a financing, didn't they? Bed Bath & Beyond investigating a phishing scam. All right, but that's not the news. Here we go. Yeah, filing to sell, wow, more than 37% of its market cap. Good grief. Okay, guys, sorry. So much is happening. Trying to follow what the guys at Trade Ideas are talking about also. Good. UUP is, well, UUP, interesting. The market's up and UUP is moving up also. Interesting. Little bit. Check my Canadian dollar. Okay, guys, we just do a check to see some of the ones that won races earlier to see if anything interesting is happening. Yeah, this is this AGFY. What's the next high looking left? 195 and then 226. So it's really got to try to take out that 2 level. 251. But remember, it got hit hard. I mean, this got up to $21 almost. Not that long ago, a week and a half ago, up to $21 and all the way back down to $1.70. I mean, hopefully nobody's holding that one. Okay, guys, that looks like that is too much resistance at that 4 level for QNGY. Yeah, just too much resistance. So this could be, now, what you'd love to see, maybe a big pullback to maybe the $3 level, a base, and then maybe later on, a pop. But it looks like that 4 level right here, you look at that daily chart, you can just see all that action at 4. Looks like that has stalled it. Yes, Apple, no kidding. Beast mode, Marshawn. All right, guys, I've got a bit of a break here in my action anyway, so I will talk about my homepage. TAL, guys, yeah, TAL is on the move. TAL is on the move. Earnings play, education, China. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. We do have a promo on right now for 25% off. I'm going to click on Get Trade Ideas, and we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium is $2,000 less the 25%. Standard is $1,000 less the 25%. Get a lot of questions about the racing. Yeah, the racing is part of standard. I'm going to go over racing, of course, in a bit, but racing is part of our standard subscription. The big difference between standard and premium is the AI. Okay, and that's what the AI looks like. You get an alert, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. And you don't have to do anything. All I would do is have this window open that is accessible from the toolbar. Click on new, and then whoops, click on new. Premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, and excuse me. No alerts will happen until at least 9:35. So no action in the pre-market, no action after hours. So if you have the premium service, you're part of this test drive. I guess the last official day for the test drive is Monday. Just load this window, make it part of your layout, and Monday morning, load trade ideas before 9:30. This window will be blank, and just let the alerts happen. Again, how you trade them will be up to you. Now, you don't have to have an annual subscription if you don't want it. We have the monthlies, $118, $228. You can get that 25% discount off that first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. However, if you take out a monthly subscription and you decide, man, I wouldn't mind having an annual after testing it out again, we'll honor the 25% discount as long as you do it within 30 days. Okay, so if you take out a monthly subscription today, and then say by November 27th, you decide you want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 25%. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, first thing you have to do is let's get started. Okay, your first download and installation, first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Okay, it'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. Please do that first. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. That's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. It'll be sent to your email about an hour before the market opens. Okay. See how WTI is doing. That was this week's trade of the week. Yeah. So it's right basically at its trigger point, but at some point, so remember, this is on Monday. So I think you could have got in at around 7:55 or 7:60 on Monday, and it did get up to 8:30. So, you got to manage your trades. I know they're designed for longer term holds, but in this market environment, I don't think, you've got to be nimble. So, I mean, if I were in this one at 7:55 and this popped up to 8:31, I certainly would not allow it just to get back down to where I got it. And okay, I'd be taking profit in this sort of market environment. Education link, big education link is right here in my homepage. So here's the user guide. There is that getting started. So at the very least, now don't get overwhelmed by how much information is in the user guide. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. Of course, later on, you want to put sound alerts on your windows, you want to put price alerts, things like that, of course, but get these down first, okay? Then you can start looking at other things in the user guide. There is that getting started series again. Daily support. So today is Friday. So at 12 Eastern. I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And I think we had a shuffle. I think it should be Andy today. Okay, but I'll verify that. It should be Andy in our YouTube room. And then, as always, Chris Farley is there between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. I shut down the main room at 3:30, so he takes over in our YouTube room. Okay. Daily webinar, so we should be back on track next week. You can sign up for them all here. And if you're new to trading or looking for a bit of a refresher, this is a free service, guys. Take advantage of it. You know, it starts off with what is a stock, intro to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So take advantage of it if you're new to trading. Last, my scans. So here are my scans that I'm sharing. So you see the two races. These are these two races right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market acts up and down. I've briefly shown you, here's the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown, okay, right here. So I do have some other scans. I do have Zach scanned, bouncers and toppers. I would consider this is only for experienced traders. Very difficult to time a top or to short or time a bounce to go long. But I do have the scan here and also the momentum scan. I do have it up and running on my other monitor. Halts resumes. I mean, it's sort of a scan. It's more notification, when a stock gets halted and then when it resumes. So let's take a look at IGNY, got halted on the way down. So those are the scans that I'm sharing. So guys, the room is free. One way in which we can keep the room free, and it's been free since 2015. I don't want to, hammer the point home, but it always helps if you save my link and at some point you take out a subscription using my link. Trade Ideas, the company knows the room is paying for itself, etc. And yes, I do get a little cut. So save my link. Not only just eventually if you want to take out a subscription, but also you can take a look at my scans anytime you want. I will change them up every now and then, and of course that big education section. So I think my homepage is a good resource for most of the important things that you want to know about Trade Ideas. Whoa, this HTCR, this is shortable for me too. This is taking a header. Not very many shorts, only 4,000 shorts, but remember, very choppy in the pre-market. HTCR had a big day yesterday, but sell off, got up to 239. Closed down here though, 151. That's a big percentage drop. Tried again a little bit, but now it's below the close of yesterday, barely. Let's see if that holds. Market's still strong, guys. Wow, market is still strong. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. Guys, AGFY, important level, $2. Big, important level, $2. Psychological, to me anyway. I always think that, especially stocks under 5, those $1, $2, $3, $4, $5 levels. Okay, let's see if this has any legs. I mean, all traders are looking at is this. The fact that, a few days ago got up to $21. Nobody's saying it's going to happen again, but that's all traders are looking at. It's sort of the what if scenario. Okay, guys, we have a little winner here on the way here. AGFY. Of course, it was won a couple of races. Look at it right at the top here. I'm going to go over the races in a bit. Oh, just trying to manage this, guys. Remember, it's a low float. Taking some off. I've taken some off. I mean, I don't like to see this one if it can maintain, certainly over 2, obviously, and then just keep really starting to run. I think I said the next high was 226, so it got up to 221. Yeah, you know what? QNGY is trying to come back here, guys. QNGY is trying to come back after that big pullback. Look at these bottoming tails. All right, let me let me keep going. What is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner, okay? Difference between a screener and a scanner. I'm going to go over that. But it doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So you saw that I am sharing a lot of my scans. We have a lot of scans up here too. If you click on new from our toolbar, ooh, let's see now. This could be the beginning of the end of Newville. You've got to be awfully careful though. Okay, I've got to keep track of a few things here. But anyway, so I'm going to click from my toolbar. I'm clicking on new and then dock channel bar. These are theme-based channels, okay? Theme-based channels. So let's click on the momentum channel. I like to show this one because a lot of people like momentum type stocks. There's the AGFY. Now, notice it says 10:32. The time is right now 10:34 and a half. So this is the last alert that happened in this window. This is an alert window, momentum. What is it looking for? And this is the difference between a screener and a scanner. There are a lot of programs out there that you can do screening on. This is these filters are in essence the screeners, okay? So the way this particular strategy, or I hate to call it a strategy, just alert has been built, is if the price is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum volume is 100,000 shares. These are the two cool ones, okay? The last minute, the volume is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. So if all of these filter values are met, okay, the screening and the stock, this is the alert that has been chosen, the real-time alert, you can just see there right there, AGFY, okay, made a new high, pulled back, but that's why we get a real-time alert. That's what the scanner is. It's a real-time alert system. So the screener, everything has to be met. The filters have to be met. And then if a stock makes a new high for the day, you get the real-time alert. Okay. So if you now this is the scanner I am sharing actually on my home page. So you don't have to take this out of this scan, but this layout. But just give me a moment. But the exercise I'm trying to show you here is that you can go to the different channels. You can take a look at the different scans that we have created for you. Okay. So if you like this one, if you really like this one, right click and you duplicate. Again, I am sharing this, but I'm just talking in general. If you saw a scan that you liked, then you right click on it, duplicate into a free floating window. Okay. When you do that, what you're doing is you're taking it out of this layout. And now And now here it is, free floating. Okay. Now you can do one of two things. If you like the scan exactly the way it is, in other words, you right click, configure, and you see what it's looking for, then great, you can save it to your cloud, or you can make some changes. You can make changes to my scans too. You might not like the price range. Maybe you want between 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. Okay, so you make your change, click on that summary, you see how it's changed. So if that's what you want to do, then you make your change, say okay, and then you save it to your cloud. Okay, and this is what. So two things. If you like it exactly the way it is, then you save it to the cloud, or you make some changes and then you save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in your cloud. Okay. So that's the exercise. You can go through the different channels, start extracting scans that you might like, and save them to the cloud. And then you file load from cloud, file, load from cloud, and then you bring them back one at a time. Okay, you highlight, load, file load from cloud, highlight, load, etc. But I caution you, don't have so many alert windows, so many top list windows up and running, because you'll never get anything done. You'll be clicking like mad all day long on different alerts and just not getting anything done. Okay. I'm just trying to show you though that, we do have a lot of scans that we have created for you. So if you're brand new, you don't have to know how to create any scan from scratch if you don't want to. Now, of course, if you want to create your own scans, you can. So if I right click on an alert window, click on configure, click on search. So now again, don't get overwhelmed. These are all real-time alerts, okay? When you see this sort of icon, these are all real-time alerts. And when I scroll down a little bit more, when it turns to these icons, these are the filters or the screeners, okay? So when the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build a scan. So they tried to create as many alerts and filters as possible so that the thousands of customers that we have with all the different trading styles, that they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all, okay? So don't get overwhelmed by that. A lot of people think, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn this program? Look at all the alerts and filters you've got. You don't have to learn them all, but you can always search. If you thought, well, I'm kind of a MACD player. Okay, so you click on that search button, type in MACD and see what we've got. This is what we have. If you don't see it here, we don't have it. In other words, you can't create it. That's what the whole idea though is, there's no programming. But if for some reason you wanted a 7-minute MACD crossing below the zero line, we don't have it. Okay. So of course you can create your own scans if you want to. All right. I want to talk a little bit about this window you see here, this big blue window. It's called Brokerage Plus. Now, a couple of things. The races, actually, I'm going to go over the races first. Well, I'll talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus, then we'll talk about the races, okay? Unfortunately, not available on the web-based version, okay? Now, the races should be coming. I don't know when, but they should be coming relatively soon to the web-based version. Brokerage Plus, probably never. But, once we finally change our entire system over AWS, this will be a thing of the past, okay? Whether you have a the PC version or the Mac version, it won't really matter going forward. But right now, Brokers Plus is not available, the web-based version. So if you click on that link that I put in there, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, it's a feature, it's an option. If you don't have an E-Trade or an IB Interactive Brokers account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this option available. That's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use this. Okay. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay. Hey, you know what? I mean, this QNGY, if it pops through 4, all bets are off. I mean, this may not be the resistance level, okay? You know, it proved to be a little bit of resistance so far, but if this, really jets right through 4, I mean, look at the volume, 49 million with 2.6 in the float. Keep a knot, boy, guys. I mean, if this really accelerates through 4, look out. This is one of those ones that remember, though, if you take this trade, it's a super low float. You cannot wander away from your computer. Okay? Now, you hear me talking about the float all the time. The float is 2.6 million in the float. Okay? That is very, very low. That's the available number of shares that can be traded on any given day. I mean, it's traded, and that's what we say, it's traded the float many times over. So that is the supply, and there's your demand. That's how a stock can go up 200%. Like any other commodity on earth. You've got low supply, high demand. That's what can happen to prices. But bear in mind, once the enthusiasm dries up, it can sink like a stone. So that's why you cannot wander away from your computer, okay? If you take this stock. Guys, I'm just watching, managing. Okay, so yeah, that was asinine, shady, absolutely asinine. He got booted yesterday, Shady. He got booted. After 100 warnings, I had enough. Come on. Guys, I'm just, I almost want to put myself on mute just in case I say something. All right. I don't mind keeping myself off. Wow. Boy, that 4 level was just so critical. Now what? I've taken some off, guys. I mean, I don't know where this is going because the next high now I think is 424. The next high after that was 440. It's right there. The next high is 440, the same one. The next high is 456. So I mean, all these little areas. But right now, whew, okay. Well, you know me, I'm a whole number freak. That's what it's all about for me. That whole number. I mean, astonishing volume, guys. 54 million with 2.6 in the float. And look at this, 10 races it's won. 10 races, guys. I'm going to talk about the races right now. So I think, if you're new to trading, new to trade ideas, even if you're not new to trade ideas, I really think, have at least one race up and running. You can have your other alert windows, etc. I'm not saying get rid of them all, but I'm telling you, if you're new to trading, to get you to focus on one scan that automatically creates a watch list for you for the entire day, I think is invaluable. Okay. Now let me explain what the races are all about. And I am sharing these two races. I am sharing them. So every race starts off from a top list window. Okay. So I'm going to right click on this and I'm going to open the top list. Doesn't matter what symbols are here. I'm going to click on configure. I'm going to click on configure. And so what this race is looking for is any stock between $1 and $50, minimum volume, 200,000 shares, and up at least 2% from the close. Okay, that's all this race is looking for. So let me just do one other thing. Text header. So before we had races, I mean, we still have top lists, of course. And if you want to use the reason a top list was kind of interesting to use is that any header that you've got, these are just filters, okay? If you double left click rapidly, you can sort on the header. So if I wanted to see the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close, I could do that because I've got change from the close percent as a header. So I can see right off the bat, here's our little gem, QNGY, up 221%. Dio, 23%. So this is dwarfing all of them. Okay. I like to see the change from the open though. So if I double left click, same thing, QNGY. So from its opening trade of the day, it's up 121%. AGFY up 19%, etc. Okay. Great. How do we use this information to help us trade? Well, that's where the races come in. I mean, what if, for instance, Tiger right down here, TIGR, it's up 5.6% from its opening price, right? What if for some reason, all of a sudden, it's now 8%, 10%, 15%, okay, starting to move. You could never see that, okay, impossible. what if one of these stocks, it's a huge list of stocks. So instead of having to, figure out which one is moving, let the race tell you. So I'm running 4-minute races. I've chosen 4 minutes. That's just me. You don't have to. I'll explain. You can have whatever race you want in terms of the time. Want a 3-minute race, 5-minute race, 10-minute race, whatever. What it means though is that when I run a 4-minute race, when the race is over, another one will begin. I chose 4 minutes, months ago, and I've just stuck with it. So you can see right now, there's about a minute and a half left in this 4-minute race. Okay, it's already 2:30. Okay. So what does this mean? Well, FRGE, what happens is any stock that meets those filter requirements, again, between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and up at least 2% from the close. Any stock that meets those filter requirements and is moving the most, you'll see it at the top. You'll see it as it's starting to move. So right now, since the race began 2 minutes ago, AGFY, now FRGE, has moved 2.5%. AGFY, see how they're jockeying for position here. And so that's what happens all day long. Once this race is over, there will be a winner declared. And you don't have to wait until, the end of the race to click on the alert. If you see this stock that's starting to run up, click on it, see what it looks like, see what, what sort of a pattern is it? How much room does it have, on the daily chart? Does it still have some room? Is it close to the 200-day moving average? Things like that. This is why you've got to practice trading. But at the end of the 4-minute race, there will be a winner declared, and that is how this top list, this watch list is created. You typically, well, there'll be 10. The reason why there aren't 10 yet is because QNGY kept winning race after race after race, so it kept adding to its total. It's in the number 1 position because it won 10 races today. AGFY won 4 races, etc. By the end of the day, there will be 10. And so this is automatically created for you. It's a watch list for you to then just follow these stocks all day long. Okay. So instead of jumping around trying to figure out what to trade, concentrate on these stocks that won the races. Now, for instance, look at this one, DAIO, won 1 race. That's it. Okay. Now, maybe later on in the day, it's still through the 200-day moving average. It is an earnings play, so it still should be active. You might think, well, what if it takes out the high of the day? Put a price alert there. Maybe if it takes out the high of the day, maybe it gets going again. It hit 420 after hours yesterday. Or if you're more of a pullback player, you might say, well, what if it pulls back to, I don't know, the VWAP, 376? It's right at the VWAP, or maybe the 200-day moving average, 361. Maybe I put an alert down there to see what happens if it pulls back. Okay. So that's how you use this watch list all day long. Just because a stock won 1 race and that's it, doesn't mean it's over. It just means, well, the other thing is that, a stock could finish second 100, well, not 100 times. I think there are 96 races, 4 minutes, between 9:30 and 4 o'clock. But a stock could finish second many times. It just won't appear on the top 10 list. Doesn't mean it, you shouldn't be watching it. So that's why I'm saying if a stock won 1 race, this one, I would discount this one. It's under $1. I would discount this one, but follow them. BTCY. Let's see what it could do. Just one moment, please. So you'll see that I have another race here. Now, if you're starting out, this might be this race is very volatile. You'll see some big percentage moves like the QNGY, okay? You'll see that 4.8%. Now it's 3.7%. Okay. Rarely will you see something like that in this race. The reason being, this race, as it's named, large cap gainers from the open. So what I've done is I put a minimum market cap of $500 million plus a minimum float of 50 million. That's why you will, I don't have those in here, but that's why you will not see a stock moving, 10% in this one. But that doesn't matter. It just means that it might be a little less, well, first of all, risky. I hate to use the term easier to trade, but just less volatile, okay? So that's why we've got two of these. Now, of course, you can build your own race. You don't have, I'm just giving you these two. But again, remember, every race starts off from a top list. So if you created a top list window, or even if you took mine and you thought, you know what, I don't like that price range. Maybe I want 10 and 50. Maybe I want a higher minimum volume. Maybe I don't care it being up 2% from the close. As you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you add in a relative volume filter. Maybe, you can create your own top list. And then when you do that, right click and you launch your race. Okay, you just launch your race. And I'll just quickly show you the sort of options that you have. Again, I don't want to get too complicated here, and by the way, everything that I'm saying is in the guide. Just give me a moment. Because I know a lot of you are thinking, how am I possibly going to remember all this? Well, you don't have to. That's why we have a guide. If you click on my link and click on the education section, and by the way, yeah, I made a mistake yesterday. Let me go back. When you click on my link, you might see this up here. You have to scroll down, okay? Okay, you have to scroll down to see all this. So there's the education section. Here's the user guide. And here we go. TI stock race. Click on it. So I think there are 4 videos. And then there's the race startup, configuration, what right click is all about. Okay, so it's a great guide. So you don't have to remember everything I'm saying. Just go to the education section on my homepage, click on the guide, and then find that TI stock race. But let me just show you. I'm going to duplicate this. I just want to show you. I'm going to stop the race. I've just duplicated it. And if I show the race setup, okay? This is what I base my race setup on. So I'm basing it on the change from the open. Now you can use, excuse me, as long as you have in your top list window a column header that says change from the open. But here are all the column headers that I've got in my top list window. The relative volume, change from the open. I got the change from the close. You could choose to run your race based on any one of these column headers. I basically run it change from the open. Okay. Delta value is what I pick. That's why, delta change. Okay. That's why the stock that is winning the race, and the jockeying for position, of course, goes up, excuse me, over the course of the 4 minutes. You're going to see the jockeying for position over the course of the 4 minutes. But a stock that is winning the race will get to the top. That's because I've chosen the sort on the delta, the change. Okay, the one that has changed the most. I choose auto rerun. Oh, but okay, 4 minutes. If you don't want a 4-minute race, you can pick whatever time frame you want. I like to, I think most people would also want auto rerun. So in other words, when a race is over, another one will start. That just makes sense to me. Auto start at time. These are all the options you've got. Now I like to start my race when the market opens at 9:30. But if you want to start your race when you open trade ideas, so you want the pre-market action also in race format, you can do it. Auto start on load. So that'll mean, whenever you load trade ideas, it'll start the race. I like to start my race at 9:30 and it'll run to 4 o'clock. Okay. So those are the sort of options that you've got. Again, all in the guide. Okay. All in the guide. Yeah. Have a great weekend, Dak. Okay. I think I've caught up in terms of questions. I think I have. All right, now I want to talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus and why I think it's very important to practice trading, of course, before you commit money to the market. All you need, it has to be, you can't be using the web-based version. You need our standard service, and then you can practice trading. Excuse me, it uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. Okay? Give me a moment. So you don't even need a broker. So if you're still, mulling over which broker you want to use, but you want to practice trading, no problem. You just need our standard service and then you're set to go. It uses our real-time data. Well, Jesse, yeah, as far as the SPACs, yeah, the SPACs are always priced around $10. And, I mean, they'll make us, when the SPAC comes out, usually, I mean, if you know what the SPAC is, they're looking for they're looking for a company to merge with. And so it could be months before they actually say, okay, this is who we're planning to merge with. And then all of a sudden, maybe the stock pops because of the excitement about who they're going to merge with. And then you'll see the drop, perhaps right back down because, the merger, just because they say we want to merge with this company, it has to go through a shareholder vote. I mean, that could be weeks, months away. And a lot of times, I mean, look at the SLNA. The SLNA is an example of a stock that came out of the SPAC. They said they were going to be merging with this company called SLNA and went crazy. But some other ones, when the day of when they come out of the SPAC and they are the new company, sometimes they just tank. So there's no scientific reason. I mean, early on when these SPACs were so incredibly active in 2018, I guess that's when they really started. I mean, there were some SPACs before that, but I think they exploded. All they were looking for were probably EV plays, electric vehicle plays, or that sector, because they knew that that was hot. But I mean, the SPAC market has really been terrible. Really, I mean, there's the odd one like the SLNA, but if you look at the SPACs over the last year, I bet you most of them are trading well below. Yeah, in our YouTube room, a trade a day says, for instance, NOGN, example of a SPAC gone wrong. Now look at this. Oh, good grief! Look at that. I mean, there's your SPAC price. It's 91 cents now. So there's there's no scientific reason. Wow, that's a disaster. BHSC, let's take a look at it. Yeah, so here's your news. Okay, they approve the merger. They approve it, but I'm trying to see where it says they will start trading. So shares of the combined company are expected to trade under that symbol, COEP. Okay, so when that happens, maybe it'll do an SLNA. Well, we don't know. So I mean, there's no volume, 37,000 shares. So doesn't say when. Oh, sorry, doesn't say when that is supposed to happen. No. Mr. Rainerson, do I use level 2 when trading? No, I don't. And that is not to say don't use level 2. I just haven't found it gives me a big advantage. I mean, yeah, I mean, this could go absolutely ridiculously crazy. It could do an SLNA, but you've got to be awfully careful. I mean, there's no volume in this yet, really. And look at that float, the 7.4. I'm talking about the BHSC. So as I've said, you can use this to practice trading. Pretty simple to do. You just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. Before let me do this first though. In order to get the Brokerage Plus window, you click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, this is your window that'll show up. Then it should say Not Connected right beside the Ask. There's a box. It should say Not Connected. Click on Sim for simulation trading. It'll change to Account, and then click on Account, and then now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. What you're seeing here, this V-Ray, I think this has been in here for about 5 or 6 days. This is an example of something I took about 4 or 5 days ago, and in the simulator, and we're just showing you that if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, you can practice swing trading. Okay. Ooh, how do you mute somebody? You mean don't see them? Pepe knows. Pepe, where are you? Of course, I've never done it because I can't do that, but is it in the chat list maybe? Pepe knows. Where are you, Pepe? Yeah, I thought it might have been in the user list. There you go. Or double click their name and the pop-up will appear. Okay. Well, I think when they're talking mute, I don't think they're talking about they don't want to see the posts. I think that's what they mean. Because I'm the only one who talks, obviously. So it's not really, maybe it's just semantics, okay? Okay, guys, so let's take a look at AGFY, okay? And let's say we wanted to take this trade, okay? And there's the bid ask, it's only a penny. Let's take 500 shares. I just want to show you the mechanics of doing this. And I'm going to click the buy button at the market because it's a penny spread. Buy and then send. Now I'm in the trade. It'll pop here. It will. There you go. So now I can manage this trade. If I want to get out of the trade right away, I can just flatten it. So all you have to do is, if I had a series of trades here, I would just highlight the one I want. I could flatten it, or I could get out of half the trade, or I could double my positions. Okay. Look at this market. Look at this market. Shrugging off all that bad stuff. And look at Apple helping the market immensely. Apple's coming right into the 200 day. Man, I'm telling you, if it takes out the 200 day, it's right there. What's the 200 day is 156.84. So it's about $1 away from the 200 day moving average. So Simon, is your question, will there be a Mac version, for instance? No. However, what we're doing, and it's been like a year-long project. I don't know when it's going to be completed because it's a major endeavor by the company, is to go to sort of a cloud-based service like AWS. And once that happens, it won't matter what device you're on. Okay, so if you're talking about creating a Mac, like specifically a Mac version, no. I mean, there's a way you can use, if you're a Mac user, you probably know there's emulation programs and things like that, so that if you wanted to have this application, the PC application on your Mac, you'd have to use an emulation program. Okay, sorry guys, I want to put a stop in here on the AJFY. So I'm going to talk a little bit about money management, okay? My stop is going to be, I got in at 217, so I'm going to put my stop at $1.97, and I'll explain why. And you'll see a red line will appear on the chart. It'll say approximately minus 100. It should. There you go. So there's a red line on that chart. You can see in the 15-minute chart. On the daily chart, it says minus 97.50, approximately 100. So why? So when you get into trading, you should have some kind of a trading plan, okay? You should have a bunch of reasons why you'll take a stock. And if you cannot, in other words, some kind of a checklist, you can't check every box, don't take the trade. Try to be highly selective, okay? So that's how I trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? Because you've got to develop your own style of trading. A lot of the things that, when I see something, a lot of the things are already checked. In other words, it's going to be in the price range that I like to trade. It's going to have a minimum volume that I like, etc. Okay, doesn't really matter, what my plan is. You have to develop your own. So assuming I can, just 1 second, please. So sorry about that. So I get into a trade just because I think it's going to work doesn't mean it's going to work. Okay, it's that simple. So I always have an like a stop. The stop meaning where am I going to get into the trade if I don't think it's working? So most of the time, my stop is based on what I see perhaps on a 15-minute chart. Okay, where I think there might be a support area, and if it breaks down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. Okay, and I obey my stop fiercely. Now, if you're starting out though, sometimes, what my idea of support and what your idea of support, or maybe it's hard to identify. So to make it easy, what I would do is I would start practicing, say, putting the stop at the low of the previous, say, 5-minute candle. That's a defined number. There's no guesswork. Okay. Practice it. Just see, or maybe a 5-minute candle, maybe a 10, maybe a 15, but I would probably practice with a 5-minute candle. Excuse me. So when I get into a trade, I know where I'm getting out of the trade, and that's going to share size me. How? Because the other aspect of trading is, okay, if it doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to risk on the trade? In terms of how much I'm willing to lose. So hopefully this makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. And that's why I took 500 shares. And that's why I put the stop at 197 to make the math super simple. 217 minus 197 is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 risk, how much I'm willing to lose if it doesn't work, I get 500 shares. So hopefully this makes sense that I will not take the same number of shares every trade. Okay, my share size is based on the difference between the entry and the stop. Now, there's a way, if you have an Excel spreadsheet, that you could just easily put your entry and your stop, and that'll automatically calculate how many shares you take, assuming you're risking the same amount every trade. And that's what I do. In other words, I don't risk 1,000 one trade, 200 the next, 50 the next. Okay. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. And this is a great, let me just show you something here, guys. This is why you can't walk away from your computer. Okay. When you're in these low float situations, you cannot go, well, I guess it took out 4, like, yeah, I traded this, but I mean, I'm watching this like a hawk. And now it's halted on the way down. But my point is that even for seconds, you cannot walk away when you're in something like this, okay, with that low of a float. If you're a new trader, I mean, yeah, it looks wonderful on the way up, but it can be devastating on the way down, okay? So I really mean it. You cannot take your eye off something like this. Don't go downstairs, make some toast and come back up. This could happen, or it could happen in seconds. So you've got to be totally aware of the risks involved when you're dealing with something with such a low float. And that's why I'm saying if you're new, this is probably, maybe a better thing to concentrate on because it's not as volatile. Interesting that rum is having a good run here. Interesting. I mean, there may have been people thinking, well, now that Twitter has been bought by Elon and he's going to make it a little more wide open, etc., that maybe rum would suffer, but I guess not. I know they've got some news. I don't know who this guy is, JP Sears, but still, guys, this was a SPAC. Okay, this was a SPAC, and I mean, initially the day of had a nice day, but look, got up to 17, and then it dropped all the way down to 6. It's coming back, but they were very dicey. So the next step is obeying your stop, guys. Okay, and sometimes it's really hard. When you're in the simulator, no big deal. Obviously, it's you consider it kind of play money. It's not your real money. So to obey your stop in a simulator, okay, no problem. Until you can make money in the simulator, don't attempt to make money or don't attempt to try to trade live. Okay, your real money. But here's the problem. Sometimes you can get super stubborn. Okay, you get into a trade, especially at the beginning, or even if you've been trading for a year. I mean, it can still happen. You get into a trade, you have a stop, all the greatest intentions in the world to obey your stop, but you cannot believe that it's not working, and so you start to disobey your stop. You say, it's going to come back, and so instead of that manageable loss, whatever that is for you, say the $100 turns into two, three, four, $500 before you end up selling, kicking yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay, and you know what's coming, guys. Almost as bad is not obeying your stop, being down $400 or $500, and then it does turn around for you, and now you're up $300-$400, and you're really thinking, wow, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. But in my opinion, the stop is your friend. Okay, it'll hopefully it'll allow you to not blow up your account. You can always get back into a trade. Okay, maybe the setup looked good, and it was good. It's part of your trading plan. You took it because the setup was good, but who knows? Maybe the market all of a sudden turned around on you, or some other unseen force turned around on you. Okay, so you get out. It may set up later on, and so you can always get back into a trade. Okay, guys, that's it. Okay, off. Now it's trying to look for stuff to trade. Oh, not Nuvi, but Nouveau. Yeah, this is turning out. I'm sure Zach is in this one. Somebody's got to be in this one on the short. They're being snapped up now. Only 3,000 left at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Guys, I'm back. So guys, I like to, whoops, we have a resumption for Vina. Is this a, looks like is this a SPAC? No, okay, this is, so this is a SPAC. And does it say, have they ever said who they're looking to merge with? The VWE algorithm deal, okay, so that's who they're looking to merge with. Proposed business so that, wow, so that, you see, this is how long it can take. I mean, this is June. Good grief, June of last year, right? June of last year, that was the proposed business combination. This is how long it has taken to approve it. Okay? I mean, look. So could this go a little crazy? Maybe. It could. It could be, you know, I'm not saying it's going to do the SLNA guys, okay, but this is kind of how SLNA started yesterday. I'm not saying that's going to happen. And they're trying to make it untradeable because look at the bid ask, 967, 1055. Prime, the PRME IPO, let's take a look at it from our YouTube room. One of our, yeah, so it had an IPO back here. Was this a SPAC? Or was it an IPO? Yeah, it looks like this was an IPO, not a SPAC, okay? But it's crawled back, yeah, I mean, it hit a high, what, 19? Got down to, I mean, not terrible, got down to 14, and yeah, it's trying to come back. So guys, I kind of brand this the one of the greatest movies of all time, The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. Here's the good, okay, for QNGY at the beginning. A little bit of bad, okay, and there's the ugly. Okay, that drop right there. Now it's trying to come back a bit, so it may not be over. You know, again, if it takes out that 4 level again, I'll be interested. Again. Well, there's that BHSC, guys. I'm just saying, you know, I mean, anything can happen with these crazy ones. The volume is still terrible. I mean, 75,000. It's just like the SLNA yesterday. And they approved the merger yesterday with COEP. And it'll start to trade NASDAQ under COEP. So this already trades as COEP. So it's sort of it's not a private company, it's a public company that they're, so it already trades as COEP on the pinks. I just noticed alert logging and my top list options. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you mean. In your top list, what do you mean by that? Where are you seeing that? I just don't know where you're seeing that. Right click a top list. Okay. At the bottom. Bottom of what? I still don't see it. I've got a top list window here. Right click a top list window, which I've done. You're saying at the bottom. Bottom of what? I don't have it. I don't know what it is then. I'm on a development version. I have no idea what that is. What happens when you pick that option? Okay, okay. Thank you, Pepe. Pepe always knows. Um, Save contents. That's, I guess, the old save contents then, because yeah, you could save the contents to an Excel file. Okay. Okay, but Pepe's telling you, you gotta, for whatever reason, I don't have that. It's probably going to disappear then. But save contents, I think would do the same thing, right? Because it says save file and into an Excel file. Interesting though, that was there and now it's not. Blondie. What a great movie. I'm sorry. I watch that movie once every 5 years. Yeah, Colonel. What was his name? Colonel something. All right, guys, 11:37. So I just want to confirm that it's going to be Andy in our YouTube room. Yeah, he's just telling me just as I went to the little area where I would find out. So yeah, so it's Andy in our YouTube room today. I'll take my break at around noon, between 12 and 1. Is there any way to set price alerts on DJIA, the Dow? Um, this is a stock symbol though, yeah. I never know how that. Um, well, I mean, we do have DJIA. I don't know if that's what you want. I guess not. I mean, it's 33,000, so that's not it. I'm not sure. Yeah, I thought dollar sign might have done it, but I'm not sure. Maybe somebody else knows. So like the Dow's at, oh, wait a minute, DJI. No, not DJI either. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know. Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't recognize DJI. DJI up here. I'll ask to see if maybe one of the other traders knows. A moment. It might be dollar. That's it. Okay, there you go. Yes, that is it. Thanks, Chris. Chris Varley helped me there. Okay, so that's it. Yeah, dollar DJI. Oh, okay. Ori actually helped too. Okay. All right, guys. The AGFY is getting, to me anyway, a little more interesting. Holding two. Okay, holding two so far. Not because I have this in the simulator, but the longer it holds two, again with that crazy low float. If it can get above that 213 level, the highs of the bodies of those two 15-minute candles, it could have another run. Well, Western movies, I don't think Western movies ever, good ones never go out of, I find they age well. FM, wow, look at, holy smokes. I did see this one yesterday, FMS. I did see this one yesterday when it had this little pop. Look at this, has earnings. Wow. I don't know. I'm getting a headline. There we go. So DVA, should have realized this. FMS trades kind of in tandem with DVA. Okay. Now, where could this go to? The next low is, well, looks like 13 could hold it. And again, Pepe comes through. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, all you had to do is left click on the DJI and it shows up here. So the same thing obviously with the NAS, the comp, Qs, whatever. Okay. Not exactly the Qs, but Yeah, I saw this CDI. Well, okay, so this is a new listing, I guess, maybe an uplisting from. No, this is another SPAC, but not a not a good one. Another SPAC though. It turned into a CDIO a couple of days ago. So highly, highly risky. This VHSE. Let's see if it holds at 1445. It's not shortable for me. Yeah, it's not shortable for me. So yeah, it looks like it's just going to give it up now. Okay, guys, I will put the YouTube link in. Andy will be here in about 10 minutes, I guess, here, as in YouTube. So here's the YouTube link. I'll be taking my break in about 10 minutes. Now, see, now the top 10 list has been, remember last time we looked at, well, last time I looked a little while ago, it was only 7 because of the QNGY kept winning race after race after race. This looks over now. Yeah, this looks like this is done. AG. So I got stopped out, you see? Then that's what you do, guys. You let the stop happen. You take the emotions out. If you cannot obey your stop, that's one way in which you can just take the emotions out of it and just let the system take you out, and that's it. You move on. Now, if you don't have IB or E-Trade, I mean, your broker will have this, obviously the same way in which you could put a stop in. So if you're really struggling with obeying your stop, All right, will FMS bounce from here? I mean, there is the next low looking left. It's 1292. It has gone all the way down to 13. And the DVA, Inagata. So there's the Davita. Looks like Amazon's going to win this little race between Meta and Amazon. Amazon's still around 100. Meta giving up 198 now. Market is still strong though. Strong, strong, strong. All right, FMS. Cannot lose sight of this in case it bounces. Way below the VWAP. Well, not way below, but about 40, 30 odd cents. Oh, good sign, bad sign? I don't know. It just is. Market is just slowly though moving higher and higher. Had a great pop, 15-minute, little consolidation, I guess. Another great pop, great run, 45 minutes. Little bit of consolidation, another run starting. Oh, good sign, bad sign, I don't know. All right, guys, I took some of the FMS just with a very tight stop to see if it has any sort of a bounce in it. This is before my break. Probably shouldn't have done that, but took some of it. Just want to see if this holds, that 13 holds. If it doesn't, I'm out. Some really nice bounce plays from your scan too, Zach. I see Halliburton and EQT. Yeah, I mean, bounces should work in a market like this. The market's moving higher, stock that has been beaten up a bit. Assuming it doesn't have some devastating news, on top of that, but it was just kind of, I don't think Hal had any devastating news. It's, had earnings before. Earnings actually were pretty good. EQT, not an earnings play, had earnings before. Avatar or Avantar, this is actually an earnings play, but it bounced anyway. Yeah, I see Peggy up here winning or trying to win a race anyway. 51 seconds left. Yeah, big move for Peggy, PEGY. That was a super active stock for a week and a half, running from 73 cents all the way up to 756. Almost straight up. Had a little pullback here. All right, so Stephen, if have enabled have you enabled the use browser interface? Because there's only so much you can do, okay? It has to be a certain width. So if I do this, if I duplicate it, okay, so yeah, obviously I can elongate it, but this is it. That's the you have to have a certain width and that's it. Okay, so I mean if you want to get it, so you cannot get it you cannot decrease the width anymore from this. And that's what I've got here. I think, yeah, maybe I've got it a little bit wider, but okay. All right, guys. Oops, I better get unmute. Oh gosh. Okay, guys, so I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. I'm going to put the announcement up. NUVL guys, I hope some of you were able to get this. I mean, they're I don't know. The shares have been snapped up at IB. There are only 3,000 left now. You know, this morning they were about 25, 30,000. There are only 3,000 left right now. Maybe a lot of brokerage firms maybe did not. I was very surprised that there were shorts available for NUVL. All right, so this one, Satex. Okay, so they completed the business. So here's another one. Okay, so they've completed the business combination with Endurance Acquisition Corporation. So now it's trading as SATX. So I mean, this one obviously, you know, worked. We'll call it, it worked. It's certainly not under $10. Okay, guys, so I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. There he is. I hear that little telltale pop.
Hey, Mr. Barry, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing good. Doing good.
Yeah, well, at
Did
least
you get that? Did you get that short off this morning?
Yes.
Mm,
On the NUVL? Yes.
nice. Very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I was surprised. Just give me one moment, please. Okay,
Don't
guys, I'm going
hurry.
to put myself on mute in the main room. So I'll see you guys at about 1 o'clock. Okay, just muted myself in the main room. Yeah, I guess all we can say today is that Apple saved the market.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
I mean, you know, imagine if Apple had come out with devastating or a devastating reaction, whatever. I mean, this market would have just been killed today again. But I think Apple kind of saved the market for the day anyway.
It is. It did. And you know what? It's kind of strange. I didn't think Apple's earnings deserve that move, but you know, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I always say, it doesn't matter what we think, whatever the market is telling us, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, for sure. What a nice
So
move by
anyway,
Gilead, huh? Man, all day,
yeah,
but
I did not trade that one. I know it was an
nah,
earnings. I think had a couple of upgrades this morning too. I noticed that. So this is an
yeah.
earnings play also. So yeah, huge move. Yeah, great one.
Yeah, I didn't.
He's under the price range I typically trade, so that's why I don't look at this. But yeah,
Yeah, yeah, I didn't trade that one. I wish I had, but I did trade Intel. I'm in Intel, but to see it's pulling back now. Actually, uh, I guess it's having trouble with the 50. But anyway, take your time, Barry. No hurry. Take your full
okay.
hour.
So
Yeah.
you can go to one. You know,
Oh
you don't
yeah,
have a
absolutely.
previous engagement.
No previous engagement.
Okay.
So,
Thanks, Andy. We'll talk to
you
you in
bet.
about an
Bye
hour.
bye, buddy. Take care.
Bye.
All right, guys. Sorry, cleaning up some stuff over here. But welcome to my desktop. This is Andy. How you guys doing out there on this Friday? This is the support webinar, guys. So it was designed to help anybody who may be struggling with the software, trying to figure out a configuration or what have you. And this is the place where you can come and ask questions, and I'll do my best to answer them. Uh, Good so far. Good job, Dave. Good job. Let's see. I'm missing something over here on my desktop here. Where'd it go? See if I can find it. Yeah, closed it. Oh well. I know it's not that big of a deal. Hey Mookie, happy Friday to you too, buddy. Spies continuing to want to move higher. And like Barry said, it all had to do with Apple this morning. Yes, Greg. Yeah, that's let me show you something. I can share it with you. It's called Squeeze Me. I think Steve was the originator of this. Just load it up, and what you'll see here is the short float. It's sorted by well, it's not sorted by short float. It looks like this is sorted by change from the close, but it does have a column for short float, so you can always see how many shares are not shares, but the percentage. Here's a percentage. So you could always short it by the percentage of shares that are shorted. Or what I like to do is do change from the close, so maybe you can catch those ones like this one that are being squeezed right now. Sorry, laughing at Dionysus. Anyway, Greg, I will share this with you. And like I said, it's shorted right now by change from the close, but you could always short by short. I prefer it this way so you can see which ones are, working the best. But let me go ahead and share this with you. And here, I'll drop it into the chat here. And there you go. Now, Steve likes to use that a lot. He's off today. He did tell me about to keep an eye on Beyond, and something I'll keep an eye. I'll put a alert. I had one to go off, but I just need to see some more volume. The relative volume's not there. You really want some volume behind these things when they're being squeezed. Otherwise, they'll just revert back to just like you see AMC and GME. Yeah, you really want some volume behind that. And it seems like it comes in waves. It's like they'll squeeze. You'll have a day or two of squeezing, and it'll die, and no more squeezing. So it's kind of a little bit different. Uh, Okay, yeah, the why the change from close is different from the change from the open. Well, because you'll have gaps. You have gaps on the open. Okay, so a stock may gap up or gap down, and so it's going to calculate change from the open is going to calculate that from the gap. So in other words, let me think of one today that maybe had a gap. What did Apple do? So Apple gapped up. All right. So as you can see, okay, the close change from the close is going to be calculated from 145 down here. Change from the open is going to be calculated from 148 where it opened up. It's as simple as that. And the reason a lot of us here at Trade Ideas believe change from the open is more important is because sometimes you get these stocks that'll gap way down. Okay, they gap down, and all of a sudden earnings, whatever reason, whatever we don't know, but it just starts ripping higher. Well, the problem is if you are using a scan that is looking for change from the close has to be up 2%, you may miss that total move, and because you're using change from the close versus change from the open. I do have some things I use change from the close for, but change from the open, if you're a momentum trader, especially, I think that's more important because when you get these stocks, especially that gap down and all of a sudden just start ripping, you want to know that, and the only way you're going to know that is if you're using change from the open versus change from the close. I hope that makes sense to you, Mookie. Boy, what a day for rum. I've been in that from uh boy, I think I bought it over here. It's like seven something. Oh, it's right here. I got it it's 795. And this is actually I think I added to it and I scalped out some, but boy, what a nice move that thing's having. Yes, rum's doing very well. I'm pleased with rum. Let's see, just my positions over here. I did buy some Intel. I'm kind of disappointed. It's pulling back. I bought it today at around 28.60. But yeah, I'd like for it to close above that 50. It still may. Talked about rum. Shop I've been in for. I bought it in pre-market the day of earnings. I did add a little bit uh, yesterday and today. So shop. I'm lacking this for potential go Pauls go. So in other words, had much better earnings, I think, than people were expecting. So that's why you kind of got that move. But what I would love to see is a go and then a pause day. This is setting up for a typical go, pause, go, where you go and you take out these highs of today and just really start ripping. You take out this area over here and you could really have a nice move in this thing. This high going back to, uh, yeah, 912. Trying some I'm actually on the China stocks. I caught the bottom the other day and did very well. But now I'm kind of getting jumping back in and getting greedy here. But uh, I like to play them sometimes if I think they're overdone. And with quick stops, I got quick stops on these like this XPEV. Down almost 10% when the China markets are down. 4 and 5%. I think they're just sometimes overdone. Also bought some Lee, but see, this one's not looking all that great. And I think I stop in that one's at 63. So not the game for everybody, but sometimes you can get a really nice little pop when they're oversold like this. Especially like uh back over on this day right here, KWeb, if you go back, this was a beautiful. I caught a lot on the bottom of that day. Like I said, but I sold most of it probably 80% of it came in long, got stopped out of some this morning. Anyway, it's a different ball game. I'm not even going to tell you guys how I do it or why I do it, but something that I tend to do. Okay, so like better than this crap. You're up nicely and back to a flat. Yes, Jonathan, gap from open. Well, there's not a gap from open. Okay, the gap is always going to be from the close. Okay, wherever it opens, that is just the open. Okay, your gap is the difference between where it closed, like Intel closed uh, yesterday around 2630, and there's your gap. Okay, your gap is from the close. It's never, I mean, there's no from the open, because the open is just where it opens. Okay, I got a grits alert going off. I put in there a while, and there's a nice volume bar. I may have to buy some of that. Maybe here if I can get it quick enough. God dang it. Let's take a look and see how it acts real quick first. Nice volume bar. Good Lord. It just froze. Just standoff. I did buy some at 55. Let's see what happens. Yeah, and it's all from that one print, Peter. We'll see what happens. I mean, it's either going to be. I mean, it's a huge print there, volume print. So we'll see what happens. 61. It's like 61 million in the float. Not much of a short float, and huge pivot level. So this is a huge pivot level. Like I said, this could come just screaming right back down on me, but still, I think that volume, if it can get through this level, this could have some possible. I don't play too many cheap stocks, but see what. But that's a huge pivot level around the 250 level. So let's see what happens. Okay, let me go back and answer some questions here. Peter, I know you're a swing trader, but sometimes your watch list good for day trades. Yes, yes, I'm a swing trader. I look for you know, moves. I mean, this Netflix I've been in, I bought pre-earnings, and what I do, and when I really like a trade, is I will. So I've been in this one for a couple of weeks now, and I maintain a core position, and I trade around that core position. So in other words, I'd like to take profits, and then what will happen is I'll keep a core position, and when it comes back to a nice level, I'll buy some more, just like when I bought it the other day. And then when it broke through this beautiful triple top here or double top, and then went through the 200-day moving average, and that was just a beautiful ad right there. And then I scalped some out. Now I'm looking for another pullback for me to get back in and buy some more. Grits, just going to end up being just a little blip, blip on a screen there. What SPY is going to highs again, and Intel is trying to bounce. Yes, some of the yeah, that's the thing, Peter. Getting back to your some of the calls are great for day trades, and that's exactly right. And it's all because, or some of the I shouldn't say calls, some of the alerts and scans are good. It's I think people would trade a lot better if they got a not scalpers. I understand. I did that for, like I said, a good portion of my trading career. That's different. You're jumping in stuff and getting out, and maybe 30 minutes or something like that. But for longer term day traders and shorter term swing traders like I am, I mean, sometimes I think people would trade a lot better just if they viewed it as a position trade. So, in other words, Netflix, for example. I mean, I'm not going to jump in this and say, okay, I'm going to buy this and hold it for 3 days and getting out. No, I'm positioning myself, and then what happens is I let the market dictate my exit. Of course, I'm taking profits, and like I said, I do my core position and trade around it. But I have every intention of this thing filling the gap back over here. So another 50 points higher. So my goal is to stay in this position to the gap fill at least, and trade around it just by keeping my core position and trading around it. But uh, I think, like I said, I think people would trade a lot better if they just position themselves, for a very good risk. I mean, reward to risk, ratio, and then let the market dictate your exit. So in other words, don't come into it thinking I'm going to hold it for this amount of time, because a lot of times you'll leave stuff on the table. All right, Amos. Andy, how can I look for today's price at 99% of yesterday's high? I've used yesterday's range on exit, but it's picking it up on the high of 4 days ago. Are you using previous day's range? Okay, that's all you have to do. Let me try to find one that I have. Okay, let's see. Pullback. Okay, pullback above 50 long swing. This is an alert that UUP came through today. And that's exactly what it's looking for. It's looking for stocks that are above their 50 period moving average, pulling back on the 5-day time frame. Now, if I go in here and look at the configuration, you're going to see, and this is what you're going to want to use, Amos, and it should have nothing to do with a 4 or 5 day high. This should you probably have another filter in there that may be messing with it. But if you look here, all you have to do is position in previous days range. I have a minimum of 98%. So I put a min. I hope you can see that. I put a min 98%, and it alerts me right when the stock gets to yesterday's high or within, point, 0.02%. So if it may be that you're using some other sort of filter in there, because if you're using just position in previous days range, it's going to alert you if you put that a minimum, in your case, 99%. It's going to alert you when that happens. And if you can't get it to work, just send your cloud link to info@trade-ideas.com and I'll take a look at it. Okay, here's the problem with a min and a max of 100. There's nothing in between there. Okay, so what I would do in your case, uh, you're kind of pinching it to where you're not getting a whole lot of things. So what I would do, Amos, would be put 98 as a min and 102 or something like that as a max. That way you're kind of bracketing a 4 minute or four, you know, I would do at least about a 5 cent price range. Otherwise you could really miss something if it's moving real quick. But uh, that's what I do. And like I said, you can always send your configuration to me, the cloud link, and I can take a look at it and see and tell me in the email what you're trying to accomplish, what you're looking for. Uh, but yeah, you're pinching out all the returns you might be getting by using a min and a max of 100. I mean, theoretically, it should show you those values, but like I said, I would open it up a little bit. Anytime I'm trying to bracket a range, I at least give myself 4 or 5 cents because I don't want to miss anything. Grits, I hope you're not just going to do that one stupid volume bar and be done. Yes, Jonathan. Netflix, what I'm looking for right now is maybe a consolidation or a pullback and let this 10 period moving average it just cross through the 200. I would love to see it, get come, for me, since I'm already in it and long, I would prefer that it kind of goes sideways and let the 10 period moving average come on below it, maybe the next 3 or 4 days. But if it does pull back, I'm fine with that too, as long as it holds that 10 period moving average. That's why I have a price alert, in here. If I do get some sort of drastic pullback, I want to know, especially if it's above that 10 period moving average. You can see back over here in August that this does can get going when it wants to. So see if there's anything to this. Oh, spies. You can't stop them. Taking out, let's see, the high from 2 days ago was 387.58. I'm really shocked by the massacre that's going on in like the Hang Seng and China markets. I mean, we're talking like they're like on, let's see, 1910, like 20. No, is that right? No, 10, like 13 or 14-year lows, man. It's crazy. Okay, make sure I didn't miss anything. Can you explain what you just showed again? Do you still use it? Uh, Mookie, are you referring to the 10 period moving average? Yeah, I love the 10 period moving average on intraday and daily. Some people like the 9 EMA. Whatever works for you. I'm not one who, but I like the 10. And so yes, I use it quite often. If that's what you're referring to. And you have all these. This is some serious momentum here because you have these short term moving averages starting to fan out. Your 20s above your 50 and your 10s way above this, and now your 10s crossing your 200. So yes. And so what I'm looking for is either a retracement, a pullback to this 10 period moving average, or what we call kind of consolidating, okay, over time and having this 10 period moving average come up and sneak. That's actually even showing exhibiting more strength if it does that. In other words, just kind of trade sideways for about 3 days, and then you have this 10 period moving average. What you'll see a lot of time is once that 10 period moving average gets up under it, when it's consolidating like that, you can have another explosive move. Um, that's a move that could take it to that gap fill really easy, another 40 points. So uh Jonathan, I was looking at TI website uh last night and interested in profit from proven strategies. Do you think those are still valid, or has market changed, therefore the scans are more refined? You know what, Jonathan, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, I'm not familiar with those. It's not one of mine. I can tell you this right now, you know, a strategy is only good as the market it's that you're in. It's like this pullback above let me just pull it up again. This strategy right here, and when we were in that bull market for so long, it worked great, man. It had an incredible, profit factor. Win ratio was solid. Uh, and you can see there, this is the kind of thing it was looking for. Stocks that are that pulled back and are above their 50, and they do a bar reversal. So in a bull market, this thing would work great. Right now, it works like crap because we've been in a very bearish tape. That doesn't mean. Uh, Let me see what today if we had any other ones. Looks like UUP, TLSAQ. I need to put a ETF in here that eliminate or a filter that eliminates the. Let's go to yesterday, see what happened. That's the only thing that come through yesterday, and it's. But there you go. You had a little blip yesterday. What happened is it took out that high barely, and there's your signal, and it went higher. So this was a great strategy in a bull market. But if I back tested it right now, it's gonna. We'll just go ahead and do it and show you. It's just the market that we're in. It's going to be very ugly. See, that's the thing about strategies. To me, what's more important than building a really good strategy is knowing when to implement it. Okay, knowing when to turn on the on switch. Okay, because if you're running this strategy in this bear market, look at it. It's ugly. Now, turn it around, and we're in a bull market. This thing would be flipped. It would be the line would be going just the opposite, from lower left to upper right. So keep that in back of the mind, and that's why you'll never have strategies that outperform a good trader, because a good trader knows when to turn it on and turn it off. And uh it's just the way it is, especially when the market gets like this, just all over the place, up and down and all around. uh so now that doesn't mean you can't put together some good strategies. Just know when to kind of know when to turn them on and turn them off. So if we pull up the spies, and you're looking in here, maybe this would be even tough for me. I don't think I would have if I had a bull strategy. I really wouldn't turn it on right now because what's the most days you've had in a row? And I'm a swing trader, as you've had 3 up days. So what I would rather see if the spies get above this 50 and then may consolidate and stay above the 50 for a certain amount of time, then maybe time to turn a bullish strategy on. But if you're just going to talk about poking your head through and then coming right back down, the next day, uh, to me that's yeah. I need I need more conviction that we have found the bottom and maybe turning around for at least for a while, because we did have a nice bounce like over here where it a bull strategy worked great for about a month. But boy, you better shut it off when it gets in this area. So hope that makes sense. That boy grits. Come on, let's see more volume though. He was not doing anything. But yes, Jonathan, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure about those ones you're referring to. I'd have to take a look at them. Grits, oh, my strategy for grits is uh wow, let's see. If it gets above this level right here, which is around 285, and then you got your 50 there, you got $3, which is going to be a psychological probably level. Yeah, this is one where, I'll probably just, put an alert below this 50. Maybe I stop out for 10-cent stop on this one. But I really don't have like I said, when I first enter a trade, probably the stop is the most, important aspect. And then like I said, I'll let the market dictate. I'm not looking to, sell in anytime soon, but uh I could see the 50 period moving average. Maybe if it got up there, I would maybe sell half. But let's see if this bad boy can work. Still got some good 1 minute and 5 minute volume coming in. It's not going to show up very well since he had a big old 3 million share plus order right there. Steven, I'm thinking about that. Show me how to run a race on increasing volume. Let's do a tops list. Start from scratch and Beyond's gonna go, huh? Wait just a minute here. Well, it's sure trying to tease me in, but I'd like to see some volume. Oh, shoot, I'll close that out. All right, so let's just add some parameters in here. Price, let's say above $3. Uh, volume today. We'll see. We want to at least doing probably 200. 1,000 shares. And really, we can use columns for the rest of the stuff. Let's do a little bit. Let's do a relative volume one too. Where's relative volume? Surely you got a relative volume in here. Let's do relative volume of 2 ratio. And we'll add some columns. And I think the important column is going to be, I would use 5-minute. So let me think about this. Price, change from the close. Let's do a change from the open as well. Relative volume, I want to see that. And we want to see 5-minute volume. Okay, and we're going to sort by 5-minute volume. I'm thinking here, hold on. No sort by change from the open. Okay. All right. So if we ran a race and did, I sometimes get confused with this stuff. Let's do launch real-time stock race. Okay, you got to stop it before you go in and change the configuration. Show race setup. And based on, let's do based on change from the open, and do sort on 5. No, we're going to do just the opposite, right? Based on 5-minute volume and short from change from the open. Let's see what happens. Oh, all right. My XPath is getting a little bit of a lift. Lee trying, got above its 10-period moving average. All right, let's see if this is working. I do have 5-minute volume up here. Okay, there you go. This may be a good one. So not chasing highs. Okay, and you have this one kind of jumping out on the lead there, showing you that this is a uh, volume in the 5-minute is spiking. I want to see my grits in here. Yeah, all the rest of them are pretty much not doing anything. Now the problem with the volume is if you have a stock like this BHSC that is doing huge relative volume anyway, it's probably has an advantage. So unfortunately, who asked that question? Stephen, it's going to be tough with us because we really can't compare at this point. We can't. Michael can do it in our Market Explorer, but we cannot compare historic candles. Okay, so this 5 minute volume is based upon an average over X amount of days. Okay, obviously it's doing huge volume today, but this is not comparing it to the previous candles. Okay, it's comparing it to the average over, geez, like probably 5 or 6 days. I can't remember, maybe even 10. So the volume's there, but you can't run the race based on increasing volume as far as the intraday candles go. Like, see this go to highs. Let's see if the China markets are bouncing at all. Trying. There goes Lee trying to bounce a little bit. Ooh, Neo's lagging. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Andy,
Barry, are you back already?
I'm back, but I'm
No.
briefly
Okay.
because
Okay.
I well, I see Stephen is asking the question about the increase in volume.
Right.
Did you give him? I don't know. I'm sure you know this, but maybe
Well,
you didn't think the
go.
increasing relative volume that we have in the stock racing.
Oh,
Yeah.
we
So
have.
that's
Where is? It's a new
it,
filter.
not really. It's the
Okay.
price and volume. It's the price and volume channel. Okay. And if you notice, one of the races is based on increasing relative volume.
Oh, so but we don't have it in the configuration setup, right?
Well, I mean, we've configured it. I mean, he can have that scan if he wants.
Okay.
I
I'm just
mean,
what I'm saying is, so it's not a configurable filter, right? It's just something that we put in there for them in one scan.
well, I mean, okay, I haven't even looked at the top list, but I mean, if I open the top list, let's see what it's looking for. Um, yeah, I mean, it's just a very general top list, but the whole idea though, it's the race is based on increasing volume.
Okay. And what let's see what
Here, let me just
which one is it in? Or I guess you could
here.
drop it.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
just drop it in. Save or share.
You dropping the top list in or the
Yeah,
race? Okay.
I'm gonna
Good.
I'm gonna drop the race in.
Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna go check that out. Let me pull it up real quick.
I think that's what he's talking about. It's not, it's not showing, went from 50,000 shares to 75,000 shares to 100,000 shares. But that
Right.
to me is not important. What's important is the relative volume increasing. I think that's
Correct.
what he
Correct.
means.
Well, it's I thought he meant, increasing over X amount of candles, and that's
Hmm.
something we cannot do. I mean, just in our regular filter, I don't know if it's something that Brad was able to put together. Looks like to
Yeah.
me it's getting a much similar. Let's see here.
But let's face it, if the relative volume is increasing, in theory, the volume should be increasing.
Correct.
I mean, I don't see how that could happen. So I think, I'll butt out. I'll butt out right now. But
No, but
Stephen, if he wants to take a look at that, I think that is what,
something that would.
and it's not exactly what he's looking for in terms of, okay, the volume in 1 minute was 50,000. Now in the next minute it's 100,000. But that relative volume should show something like that, very close anyway.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll
Hmm.
butt out now. I don't want to take
Cool,
up
man.
your
Thank you,
time.
Barry. I appreciate it.
Okay, no
Uh
problem.
huh. Yeah. So grab this and check it out, Stephen. It may be exactly what you're looking for. Because I see this CGTX is not on the one I just did, but you can see it's showing increasing relative volume. Cool. Oh, you're welcome. All right, let me see if I missed any questions here. I looked at the big spike in grits, and just within 1 minute, there was 3.2 million shares traded, and the price changed only 1 cent. Yeah, it was definitely a block order. So I don't. I'm never one that gets excited just because of a huge block order, because a lot of people would think, "Oh man, somebody bought, just bought 3.2 million shares." Well, on my other side of that, somebody just sold 3.2 million shares anyway. So just keep that in the back of your mind. You want to see what the direction of the price is going, and not so much at at the time of the volume bar, but what happens afterwards. And so far, so good. This is what you'd kind of want to see after a big, is continuation higher. Uh, and yeah, and probably what happened is, I'm not sure. Let's see, 249, 250. Okay, so probably what happened is a lot of algos and traders picked up on that huge volume and drove it higher, in this bar right here. And now you just got some follow-up action. We'll see. Like I said, this could just come around, turn around and reverse real quickly and nothing and be nothing. Because I'd really like to see, you know, some continued volume coming in it, as it goes higher. And it is a biotech, so I mean the good thing is you can't get destroyed too much, because most it can fall on you is $2.50. But thank you, Hans, for that information. Here, Barry's wow going off. PFSI as it goes to highs. And it did have earnings yesterday. Man, I've been in this hood for a while, and can't well, I say for a while. I've been in it for 3 days. Just cannot get to that level. If it ever gets through this double top over here, which is around 1160. Of course, they have earnings on November 2nd, which is Wednesday, next Wednesday. So I still got time to get out of that. And who knows, maybe I'll just hold on to some of it, especially if it breaks through this level here. Yeah, I think if it can get through there, especially on some volume, it could have a nice little pop. But here's what I'm hoping for in this. 250 was a huge, at the same price Hans mentioned that these 3 million shares went off on, is a huge pivot level. I mean, very, very big pivot level. You can see here it was support for a while, broke down, that became resistance. And let me just zoom in so you guys can see better. And so, yeah, you had major support here, broke down, that came major resistance, and now you're getting through it on a good volume bar. So I really would like to see this hold 250, or I would get out pretty quick. Okay, China's finally trying to bounce here. KXPev is,
Andy,
yeah.
can I pop in again because this
No,
can
go ahead,
confuse
pop in.
people? Okay. So that link I put in there, okay, this
Yeah.
might confuse people because I got that out of the layout that's in the channel bar. And when you right click and you look at symbol linking, it is going to be symbol linking into a chart in that docked window, which you may probably already close. No, when I say you, but a person's probably already closed. So if you take it out, you have to change that symbol linking to link to all. I've had that question several times saying, hey, every time I click on a symbol, when I've taken it out of the layout, it doesn't, like the symbol doesn't appear in my charts. And the reason
Oh,
being, yeah, you gotta
yes,
make sure the symbol linking is linked to all as opposed
exactly.
to in the docked window. But
Exactly.
just in case Steven's going through that, because I went through that.
Oh,
I, I couldn't figure out why aren't my
oh, really?
charts
I did it one
changing?
time and I knew right away. Okay, I got to go down here and but here's what he's saying. And thank you for popping in and telling everybody that. I should have mentioned it myself. You have symbol linking as when you right click, okay, and then what you want to do is put, it's probably currently pink, which means it's linked to that docked window. So you want to change it to link to all. Ooh, it's disappearing behind the checkered flag. Guess you got to keep this one open, huh?
Speaking of which, look at that BHSC.
BHSC.
SC. Yeah, look at it. It's top of the leaderboard in that increasing relative volume.
Oh, yes, 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 yes. I'm sorry. I was just looking. Yes. As a matter of fact, yeah, we just saw it right here around, I wish I'd have bought it around 14 when it first
Hmm.
made that little pop there.
But it's just halted now again. So
Oh, wow. Now that'd have been nice. I wish another volume bar in this BDTX.
and that's on the yeah, it's increasing relative volume also. That's a good little scan. That's a good
Yes,
little
it
racing
really
scan to
it
have.
is. It is. I'm gonna keep an eye on this.
Yeah, me too. The only thing I'm going to do, for me anyway, I'm going to change it from a 10-minute race to a 4-minute race, or something less than 10 minutes.
Yes,
I,
I
you know, I,
agree.
so
That's
I'm just going to make that change right now. And yeah, relative volume, yeah, and the delta. So that's all cool. Auto rerun is going to start for me. I like it starting at 9:30 and minutes to run. Yeah, I'm just going to change that minutes to run. I mean, I don't know if you've shown people how to make those changes, but
Yeah, let
it's
me
not
just
it's
show
not
you real
the
quick. Oh,
okay.
don't close out, Andy. I just closed out. That's okay. I'll go back and get that link.
I'll hang in there now if you want to
Okay.
get the link again, but
Yeah,
I'll hang
yeah.
in there now and you can leave any time or we can keep
Okay.
talking.
So what Barry's saying is what you want to do is make sure you stop the race, okay? Because you cannot go in and change the configuration until you stop the race. Once you've done that, you can come in here and you can change it minutes to run, like Barry said, to 4 minutes
Or whatever.
and
Yeah.
or whatever you want, if you want 5 minutes, put 5 minutes. And then what else did you change, Barry? Is it a re
Well, for me, I like to start it at when the market opens. Okay, so I mean, I
Oh,
notice
same, same right
you
there. Yeah.
so auto start at time, so whatever time you want. That's just my
Yep.
preference.
I'm the same way. Yeah.
It's a good scan,
Hmm.
very good scan. I hadn't really had it
Yeah,
up and running, but
I'm
that's a
gonna
good
save
scan
save this to my repertoire
layout.
here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
layout, eventually layout, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, BTCY. Oh, I got to do the symbol linking again.
Yeah, there you go.
Save it
Arvind,
now.
here it is. Okay, here it is. Here's the link for it. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you heard us talking about this grits. I bought it at 255. Just happened to have an alert in it at this pivot level, the 250 pivot level, and my alert went off, and I looked, and it was like a 3.2 million share print to go off. So wanted to maybe keep an eye out, Barry. That's some pretty nice volume.
Is
And
it
as you can
what's the
see,
symbol? It's not
GR
grits.
GRTS.
Oh, GRTS. Okay, I
Yeah.
literally typed in GRITS. Okay, GRTS.
Yeah. You know me. I
Grits
got
from
to
your
have these
neck of the
little
woods.
cutesy names for them. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I love grits.
GRTS. Okay, just a minute. I don't even know what grits are. But what are grits, Andy? Tell me.
It's just real finely grounded corn. That
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
like yeah, almost. I mean, even smaller than rice. And
Oh, wow.
yeah, yeah, cook those up, throw some butter on them, and woo. It's a southern
Oh my
thing.
God.
It's a
That's
southern thing.
hilarious.
Oh, and yeah,
Oh,
throw
then
an egg,
what?
fried egg on
Then what are
top.
jowls? What are jowls? Because
I don't
grits and
know that.
jowls.
I don't know.
Okay.
Cornmeal. There you go. He knows. Dionysus
Uh,
knows. Hmm.
okay. I
Uh,
think we've digressed a bit, but that's okay every now and then.
yeah. What do we got here?
I'm in this little
Oh
bounce
yeah.
for FMS.
Giles equal pig. Okay.
Okay.
I wasn't familiar with that term. Yeah. Mhm.
Grits and jowls. I've always, I've
Yeah.
certainly never had it, but I've just heard that always.
Jaws of the hog. That's probably that maybe. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, look at this TIL. Got some volume coming in too. Pop
Mm-hmm.
there. Yeah,
Yes.
this is a nice little
This is it, Andy. This is the
I'm
magic
telling the
scan.
golden goose.
This is it. Don't do anything else. Wow. Yeah, increasing relative volume. And I
Hmm.
suppose what you could do is, you got to add to the top list. I mean, I'm just going to check to see what sort of relative volumes we have, okay? Because, well, maybe I don't care because I'm thinking, okay, do I want to have at least a minimum of one? But hey, what if something is 0.38, but now it's 0.5 and now it's 0.8 and that maybe it's just, now it's going to keep going. So I guess I
That's
won't
true.
even put a minimum. Yeah. I don't know what the minimum volume was, like the actual volume was in that one. Let's
Hmm.
just take a look at the top list. And the minimum volume was, yeah, 50,000 shares. That might be a little light, but you know
Yeah.
what? I'll keep it just to see what happens. You see, they even have the current volume is 0.75, so that is the minimum. Has to be at least. So,
Okay.
okay. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. All right, my friend, if you want to take off now and start your, well, you can't start your weekend yet. You've got
No.
another couple of hours
Yes, I do.
at Trade Ideas. But have a
All
great
right,
weekend,
Barry. Yeah,
Andy.
you do the same, buddy. And
I
bye,
will.
everybody. I'll see you guys next week.
Okay, let me
All
just
right.
get my screen sharing going.
All right. Let me know when you got it, and I'll stop.
Done.
All right, Barry. Have a good one, my friend.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye bye.
Okay, guys, I'm in both rooms now. Let me just get my music going and then I'm good to go. Okay. Now, one of the scans we have that I actually, to be honest, I have not really been running it, but this is an increasing relative volume scan, okay? And so this is what you should be seeing. Yeah, whoops. Yeah, so you can see this is an increasing relative volume scan. So, I don't know. I guess it went up three from, so it was at 179, then 182. Some of them, though, you could really see some big changes in the relative volume. Okay. Speaking of which, there's GME, so it's obviously gone from two. Oh, look at TBBK. Its relative volume has gone, come on, load, 399. So That increased by 20.20. Interesting little scan, guys. This is now you can have this one. I'm going to actually keep this up and running. I'm going to get rid of something and I'm going to keep this up and running. A trade a day. Okay, so if you right click, okay, right click on the what right now you've got if sorry, if you right click on your scan, right now you've got kind of this thing going, right? You don't see the top 10. So if you right click and then it'll say show top 10 winners and that'll turn it into the top 10. Okay. So again, right click on your scan right now. Got it? Okay, good. Oh, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, blue collar. You know, I was just sort of, I was talking in the in their YouTube room to Andy, and I read your post about Satex. I do see that it was halted numerous times, and then the last one was at 12:48. So I was actually, I think, chatting with Andy in the YouTube room when I read your post about it, and yeah, I mean, it's made my day. I don't think so. I think here, if you click on the gear, okay, click on the gear, and then here's a quick way in which you can change the volume and your price. I think ultimately there'll probably be more additions to this. So I don't think so. I think if I make a change right here to that minimum volume right here, I don't have to restart my race or anything. I don't have to launch the race from the top list again, if that makes sense. Okay. Wow, what a flippin' move that was. Oh. And this one's halt. And I mean, this is going to do maybe the same. I don't mean to 50. Okay, I don't mean to 50, guys, but this could do something very similar to BHSC because look, so these are these SPACs that are kind of going wild. You know, they basically identify, well, this one anyway is saying, okay, we are going to complete this merger. Yeah, so they're acquiring this company on the symbol. They trade on the pink sheets right now, COEP. So those shareholders have approved the deal. Why wouldn't they? I mean, the stock's sitting around $3 on the pink sheets. Okay. So there's your approval. But the next step is when will it start trading? Not that it matters today. See, I don't know if it actually is going to tell me when it's going to start to trade as COEP. Yeah, I think what he meant though was, do you have to launch it from the top list again? I may be wrong. Yeah, you have to start your race again, but I think I think he meant, but do I have to like literally open the top list, launch the race when I make the change? Yeah, that's what I thought. Is it possible? So in our YouTube, wow, I'm getting pretty excited here, guys. I mean, I can't lose. I don't care what it does from its halt. Just give me a moment here, Arvid, and I'll answer your question. Ah, where is that? Sorry, I just lost my time in sales. I just have to find it somewhere. There it is. It was hidden. Okay, so Irvin, we do have, and I don't know how up to date it is. I mean, obviously there's an addition today, but we do have a symbol list for the S&P 500. Okay, so for instance, if you So are you say wanting to run a race just on the S&P 500? Actually, I think we even have a race already done like that. Dock channel bar. Let me get rid of the S&P 500 stock racing right there. Okay. So we actually, if you go to the channel bar, so click on new and then dock channel bar and then S&P 500 stock racing. We actually have stock racing based on just the S&P 500. Does that answer your question? Okay, so I sort on the delta value. I always sort on the delta value. It's because I want to see the biggest change. Okay. In this particular case, there is not based on relative volume. So what you'd have to do, okay, so create your top list. Just give me a moment. I'll show you what to do. Okay, so I'm going to go into an alert window, but it's the same principle. So create your top list window, okay? And then right click, configure, and then click on symbol lists. Are you following, Arvind? Make sure you're following. Okay, so click on symbol lists. Now add existing list, okay? You have to click on that. Now, one of the lists that we have is the S&P 500. Please tell me it's here somewhere. There we are, S&P 500. Now mine says personal, so I don't know. I can't remember. I'm not sure why it says that. But you should be able to find the S&P 500. Well, there it is. I'm sorry, just have to look underneath. What I might have done is created one for myself. Maybe I added some in, but there's the S&P 500. Okay, so if you click on it, now it's moved over to this column. That's what you have to do. You have to get it over into this column. Okay, and it should be down at the bottom here. Here we are, S&P 500. Okay, now the next step is only the following lists. So again, this assumes that you've already made your top list. Okay, and then you've gone through this exercise, and then you just say only the following list. Check the S&P 500, and then you've got your top list just looking at the S&P 500. And then now in your top list, you're going to have relative volume as one of the column headers. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, I know we have a little delay in YouTube when I talk. I think there's a 10-second delay. But does that make sense? You have to in your top list window, because the race then is going to be based on the change in the relative volume. Okay. So for instance, here, this is this increasing relative volume. In fact, you know what you could do? You could just take this. You could just take this, open the top list right here, and go through that exercise of, because this is already running on the relative volume, and you could take, okay, I'm sorry, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm assuming so if you've got this increasing relative volume, right click, open the top list that it's based on, okay? And then in this top list, go through that exercise, configure symbol list, and then add the S&P 500, add that existing list, and then only the following list, and then you've got it already, okay? Because now this is going to be based on the relative volume, except just looking at the S&P 500. Does that all make sense? If it doesn't, I'll go over it again. So instead of having to build a top list from scratch and putting all these column headers in, you can just use this one. And once you've done it, just launch, once you've added the S&P 500 to this, then you just launch the real-time stock race. And it'll just be based on the S&P 500. Got it? Okay, great. Guys, I'm going to encourage you to take this one, this increasing relative volume. I mean, we've had this forever, but I just haven't really paid that much attention to it. But man, oh man. It's not on my homepage. I'll probably add it, okay? But I can give it to you. I mean, it's on our channel bar, so you don't even have, it doesn't have to be on my homepage, but I can give you the link, but it's just this. Okay, if you go to our channel bar, click on new and then dock channel bar, and then click on price and volume. Where are you? Price and volume stock racing. And it's right there, increasing relative volume. It's right there. Okay. Now, the other thing, just so you know, if you use my link, it's fine. But if you go into that layout and you extract it, like a lot of you know how to extract it, the only trick is right click and click on the symbol linking because, excuse me, the default is to the docked window that the layout is in. Okay, so in other words, well, oh no, you idiot. I close it down. That's okay. That's why you save everything to the cloud. Because when you go into the, if you go into the dock channel bar, and I'll just click on the S&P, well, okay, I can click on this, but you see what happens is when you click on a symbol, when it starts, okay, so when you click on a symbol, it's only going to load into the charts in this docked window. It will not load into your charts. And so if for instance, if you extracted this one, you wanted to, wanted that race for whatever reason, excuse me, then you have to make the change of the symbol linking link to all, as opposed to just the charts in the dock window, if that makes sense. I'm not sure why they did that, to be honest, because I know they made that as a default. But if I do this right now, when I click on it, it's going to change in these charts and in my charts down here. Okay, but anyway, so just remember to do that if you do extract any scan from our channel bar. Okay, guys, so obviously, I should say obviously, but all out of the set. So it finally opened, yeah. It moved down, but that's okay. I mean, thank you, Blue Collar. So actually, Poe, yeah, you know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to save this one, okay, because this has that symbol linking correctly. Because if you loaded mine, then probably what you found is that when you click on the alert, when you click on the alert, it doesn't load into your charts. All right, guys. So you know what? These SPACs are starting to, on one day anyway, are starting to really get exciting again on the day. So if we see something that, the SPAC has agreed to or the company that is looking to be merged into the SPAC has agreed to it, got to watch it that day. So this is another one, okay? This is another, but I don't see that they are, yeah, so on the 25th, yeah, I'm a little confused by this, but anyway, they're not easy, okay? Wonderful when you're on the right side of it. But remember, this can happen too. Not, well, shoot, I accidentally X'd out, okay, just give me a moment. So all my races that I had, now, I'm gonna not see the top 10 anymore, unfortunately. They're starting as if I just loaded it. Well, I did just load it, so that's okay. That's why you save things to the cloud, guys. You know, uh, I'm back using the dock windows. For whatever reason, my computer is not going crazy today. So, how do you find this SPAC? It's SPAC. There's probably a website out there, that shows all the current SPACs, the latest ones. There's probably a website out there. It must be, I would think. Ah, and here's the other thing. You know what? This is when you try to do things on the fly. So this is not. I don't want a 10-minute race. So again, I'm gonna I'm gonna have to. I'll do it again. Show the race setup. Okay, this is what I should say for me anyway. Okay, this is what I'm going to put on my website, on my homepage, I should say. Whew. The other thing, Dionysus, is that if you go to but these are not interesting, okay, but okay, let me show what I'm talking about. I'll go to my IPO calendar. Yeah, so I don't see any upcoming. If you saw though in the IPO calendar anything ending in a U and the price was $10, that is a SPAC. The thing is though that it's not interesting until they go out and say, okay, this company that we're looking to acquire has agreed. I mean, it could take months years sometimes. Maybe not years, but certainly months, because the other one, it took, I think the original was around June of last year or February of last year when they said, hey, we're looking to buy you guys. And it was only announced today or yesterday that that company said, okay. There you go. SPAC Stock Finder, exactly. Thank you, Alan. I mean, you can see exactly what's happening here in this increasing relative volume. I mean, look at the volume. I mean, so the relative volume will increase. Okay, I mean, as volume comes in, the relative volume is going to increase. Now, this is a warrant. I don't like this one, but it's not. It's called relative volume. Yeah, it's just But this race is going to show you stocks that are having increasing relative volume. Okay, that's what the race does. It shows the increasing relative volume. So it's based on the relative volume filter, and then using that delta, it shows you the stocks that are having the biggest increase in relative volume. Well, no, but that's what the race does, Dionysus. That's what the race does. It shows you the stocks that are having increasing relative volume. Whoa, boys, we're getting way too political. So I'm just going to start deleting posts, okay? We're getting way too political, okay? It's not a matter who's right or wrong or whatever, okay? You're getting way too political. Yeah, let's just get back on track, okay? Yeah, well, then we don't have a filter. That's what the race is designed to do, though. Okay, the increasing relative volume. So, not sure what to say. We don't have a filter that says increasing relative volume. But this is a great use of it. I mean, why would I mean, this is a great pictorial view of stocks that are having increasing relative volume. Now, where to put it? Could this be getting running again? I'm going to put an alert at 1687 and see if it takes that out and flies from there, just in case. So Stock Trader, in our channel bar, so click on New, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, and click on Stock Racing. Okay, price and volume stock racing. And that it'll be there. Though again, I can give it to you as I have configured it if you want. okay? Okay, boys, okay, I don't care who's right, I don't care who's wrong, but let's just get it back, okay? Boy, I'm watching this VHS, see if it, shoot! Shoot! I said shoot, guys. Man, just missed it. Just missed it. Yeah, I would never go back to the regular channel bar. I would always go to the dock channel bar, stock trader. Okay? It's in the dock channel bar. Well, it might, but I just couldn't get the fill. 1647 is where I wanted it. It may still have juice, you're right, but man. I mean, the whole idea of the dock channel bar, I mean, just give me a moment here, collect myself. All right, little pullback. Let's see if it can pop again. Um, yeah, I would not use the channel bar. The channel bar has a lot of like there was a lot of duplication. You could go to one channel and another channel, and you could see the same sort of scans in those channels. So what they tried to do was get rid of, it's way too confusing for most of our customers. So they basically got rid of, and plus there were a lot of channels that just weren't being used. So we got rid of a lot, and that's where the dock channel bar comes in. And the reason why it's good is because you can have your layout up and running, and you can go to the dock channel bar, and your layout will not disappear if you load it. Okay, from the dock channel bar, you can have that layout up and running as well as your own layout. Okay, so that's the beauty of it. So I would just use the docked channel bar. Okay, guys. Well, I am still in that little bounce of FMS, not doing very much, but I'm in at 1309. Whoop-de-doo, 1314 now. Well, don't. The HSE looks interesting too. The spread's a little tough, but if it ever catches up. So it's called stock races, price and volume, stock trader. It's called stock races, price and volume. Okay. Okay. You get it? Mr. Dip by Poe himself, QNGY. Let's take a look at QNGY. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, so here's another one that's kind of ripping a bit here, the SRRK, showing up here and also in the relative volume scan. I'm keeping an eye on these to see, sometimes it'll be very similar. This has got to reclaim 17, I think, for it to do something, obviously, for it to do something. This BHSE, highly risky, highly risky. Look at this market. Holy smokes, Dow's up 770. We can all thank Apple, guys. If Apple had tanked on those earnings, there's no way we'd be doing this. No way. Hold on for dear life. Yeah, another halt. I'm not in it. I'm not in it this time. But yeah, another halt for SatHex. No. Who says Friday afternoons are boring? Well, we'll see if this BHSE can get back over 17 and maybe some of those SatXs. They're looking to put something into something maybe a little cheaper. But blue collar, you said you wouldn't do it. You're not going to give back your gains. I'm going to hold you to it. Yeah, I don't have that. Somebody's saying check the short. Well, the short float is very low. It's according to our data provider. Whoop. Okay. Well, listen, it didn't. It didn't take up that 17. So, oh, is it ever whippy? But Mitchell, I mean, okay, what we have for the short float is 1.18%. So I mean, 430%. So what does that mean? If that number is correct, that means this was at like a 0.4% or something, or last point. Do some math, 0.2% or something like that. So I mean, it's still only, if that number is correct, 1.18. Yeah, it is a change from the previous month, but statistics, of course, can be a little misleading. If I said, well, I've 300% increase in sales, but if my sales were $100 and now it's up to $300, I mean, is that such a big deal? I'm not dismissing it, okay, but I'm not sure that short float percent increasing by 430% is that big a deal, if that number is correct. Well, the little game we had, who's going to finish higher, Meta or Amazon? So far, still Amazon over 100. Meta is still a little under 100. I don't even see, here we go. So if you're able to get that SATX, I mean, it's hard to know where it's going to open, 4084, 4101. Of course, this is going to change, but there's the halt, SATX at 4071. And this has been, well, if it opens in 5 minutes, it's going to be in about 10 seconds from now, if it opens, if it's a 5-minute halt. So let's see what happens. There it goes. So a little pop from the halt, not much. This is from Interactive Brokers, by the way, guys. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? So you know. Yeah, you're right. About Apple, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, the spread is obviously atrocious with the SATX. I mean, right now it's about $3. So they're making it awfully difficult to try to trade it. Not a lot of volume either. 198,000 shares, my goodness. Well, I still have my alert set up here around over 17 for the BHSE. It may not happen. No, right here, 17, 19 may not happen. Now, understand that this increasing relative volume does not necessarily mean the stock's going up. It's just because there could be like a huge amount of selling volume coming in. Okay, so it doesn't absolutely mean that the stock is moving higher. You have to obviously click on the alert to see what's happening. That spread has to tighten up. I mean, look at that, 40-20, 43-50. I mean, it's just, in IB you can kind of stick a bit in between, but it's still ridiculous. I mean, look at that, 38, 53, 40. I mean, look at the volume, just no volume really. So they're trying to make it untradeable. I have no idea, Robert. Question is, why doesn't BHSC show up in FinViz? No idea. Maybe it's too new. It might be too new. I don't know. It started trading. I mean, this is still a SPAC, right? Yeah, it's still a SPAC. So I have no idea why it's not showing up in FinViz. Look at this market. Holy smokes. Will we get to 1,000? My guess in FinViz, SATX doesn't show up either. I mean, these are, but I have no definitive answer why something is not showing up on their website. All right, guys, time is at 1:50. So winding down the week. Yeah, Paul, this is interesting. I mean, if it really, I mean, there's that VWAP though. That's the only issue, 356, above it. Otherwise, I'd be somewhat inclined to take this also. But the VWAP is just a little bit above it. Oh my goodness. So this resumed. This is another SPAC, guys, but look at what it did earlier. No volume, though. My goodness, how can they do that? There ought to be a law. I mean, I'm seeing it because it showed up in our House resumes. Yeah, we saw this one last week, I think. the interestingly named LMAO. Okay, guys, any questions? Kind of in a lull right now. Not quite. It's approaching the well, at least our VWAP. We've got it, the VWAP at 3. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Well, I wonder why that, that's just a little bit different. I wonder why. Maybe because you're right. It is breaking the VWAP though, 337. Shoot. And then Mr. Pullback, Poe, strikes again. That's interesting because that's my VWAP right there, and it doesn't, not the same as this one. I don't know. I don't think it has anything to do with pre-market, but let me see. No. Subtle difference, but nothing nothing like the difference we've got. I wonder why that is. I can't explain it. Well, I mean, it still has $1 to go, until the high of the day, and that's the QNGY. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but the volume did pick up a little bit, a little bit. Okay, and that's why we wait. Look at the SATX now. So I had an alert set up here around 43.20 or so. Didn't take it out. Now it's really starting to drop. Highly risky, these guys are. I mean, it looks unbelievable if you get in at 20 and it goes to 52, but not so good if you get in at 44 and it starts dropping down to 30. So still strong, this PCVX after their phase 1/2 data. I think it was phase 1/2. Still strong. What a great move. That's $1, $10 off that low. Financing has been completely absorbed by the market, in the minds of investors, I should say, the $32 financing. Market just doesn't care. Yeah, again, another crazy one, guys. So this just resumed. The LMAO just resumed. At least it's got some volume. At least there's some volume in it. But again, even though it's got that volume, they're making it untradeable. 13, 16, 15 on the bid ask. I mean, this is just entertainment purposes right now. LMAO, I mean, I'll just look at it. I mean, the VWAP is 1444, so it's just a little bit below the VWAP, but oh, it's amazing there's action on this, when you look at that bid ask. But I guess people are, they're not caring. They don't care if the spread is $2 because they're hoping it goes up to, 22. So they don't care if the spread is $2. Remember good old Pitbull who used to be in here. He used to always give me grief about the spread. Don't don't worry about it. All right, guys, it's 2 o'clock now, so starting to wind down a little bit here. Yeah, it is possible. Absolutely, blue collar. I think the thing with these ones, you got to catch them early, like earlier on in the day. I mean, this could rip, but you know, you've got to catch them earlier on in the day, I think. Because now the only reason people are buying this or trying to is because they think, wow, could it get back up to 22? But sort of obvious, but oh, I'm not in it. Where's my risk? I'm not in that one. Yeah, you know, the spread just kept me out. I'm not in it. I was hoping maybe the spread would really tighten or something, but it never did. Hmm. I've got an alert going off and I don't know where it is. Give me a moment, please. Ah, okay. Give me a moment. It's always an answer. Okay, guys. Well, again, next week should be a very exciting week. Also, we've got about 1,000 companies releasing earnings next week, so we are going to be probably going to see lots and lots of volatility for those companies, of course. DXCM, take a look at DXCM. Okay. Wow. Earnings play. Wow. It's way out of the price range I trade, but yeah, nice break right here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know which ones you're talking about, but I mean, yeah, I've said this before. I haven't said it in a while, but yeah, sometimes you make more money by taking fewer shares. And people don't understand what I mean by that. What I mean by that, if you take a whole whack of shares and you have a proper stop, you get easily stopped out. It's probably going to be a fairly tight stop if you're putting your risk correctly. So if you're going to risk $100 on the trade or whatever that number is, and you have a very tight stop, you're going to take a lot of shares, you can get easily stopped out. So now taking fewer shares with a wider stop keeps you in the trade longer. And yeah, you can make more money by taking fewer shares because your stop's wider. Oh, look at this one. Obviously did a few reverse splits. ATNM, okay, 1.2%, above in the range of its lifetime range. So this obviously did a bunch of reverse splits because let's take a look at it on a monthly chart. They'll probably back it out quite a bit to see where the 104, probably even higher at some point. Look at this. Remember now, 411, 454. This is split adjusted. And who knows, maybe even higher at some point. I guess so reverse split adjusted, this was $451. So that's why when you see this, it looks pretty good. I mean, I'm saying not to trade it, but I always look at where it is in the lifetime range. And so I see something like this at like 1.2%. Really? That means it obviously had done some reverse splits. So again, guys, with this increasing relative volume, this is going to be used also, maybe to short tops because I mean, remember, just because the volume is increasing doesn't mean it's going higher. There could be a big sell-off happening on volume. Yeah, right into the VWAP 432, that makes sense. Yeah, that's about the same for the EPICs. So it has a shot maybe to that 440 mark, 443 right up here. Fantasy level, high of the day, 475. Did it really? QNG got all the way back up there. QNGY. Yeah, wow, yeah. I don't know if you're still in this one, Poe, but okay, guys. Let's see, 214. Got a couple things I want to do, so I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. I'm still here. If you have a question, just I'll hop back on the mic. You know, guys, this one here, this CDIO, you talk about the look. I mean, I don't know what the float is. Let me see if there's other websites have any float information. It's so new, so it may not. Let's take a look. Yeah, there's no float information at all. Okay, so that I can find checking other websites, but it's going to be pretty low. So this started out, I guess this was well, I got to check my news again. I think it was the SPAC that turned into it. Yeah, so this was a SPAC. You know, got up to $5. You can kind of see that if it can break out of this area here, maybe that 370 mark, there's a high of 430. That's today's high. You know, and you never know. I mean, this might have a run in it. Not very much volume, 354,000 shares, but has that kind of look about it. It's above the VWAP, or it's at the VWAP. Yeah, look at that QNGY. As you said, that had the look. Poe, you've got that magic touch on these. I don't know if you still have it. I mean, this could get, yeah, I mean, there's the high of the day right there. I mean, this looked pretty dead in the water, you know, on that drop down to 3. I'm trying to keep an eye on that EPIX now. I don't like that red candle, but if it gets back up to 425, it could get running again. Because this hit 476 earlier, and of course, all sorts of action the last couple of days on it with it. Boy, if you can't short, Zach, it's amazing. That center point doesn't have. I mean, it's traded so much. Surprising, there's nothing. Even if it was a horrible rate, but it's just not available. Amazing. Well, again, look where it got to. Right into this area here. That's where the high was, what, 449, which is right about this area here, that 450 level. I mean, if somehow it takes that out, I mean, then you've got, I'm not saying it's getting there, but then you've got this 7 level way up here. So if somehow, you know, the volume really increases, 88 million shares, 2.6 million in the float. I don't think that's not a record, believe it or not, in float turnover. I don't know what the record is, but we've seen ones that are even more. But that is huge. I guess I'm not on mute anymore. Aha, so this SAT, okay, never mind. I thought maybe it popped up, SATX. Want to set up an alert screener which will detect only the big movers like Netflix last Monday. Was that its earnings day? Well, I mean, you know, anything big increase from the close or the open? You talking about here or here? I mean, any scan that's going to show you a big change from the open or a change from the close. I mean, if you want to see the big movers, you can do it one of two ways: the change from the open, put a big percent, or the change from the close and put a big percent. I mean that's the simplest way to do it. Well, okay. Then, so the question is, I don't want to see 20 or 30 stocks. Well, then you're going to have to put it's always a trade-off, okay? Well, but there's no way you can do that 2 to 3 stocks per day maximum, okay? There's just no way because one day you could put your, okay, I want to put my change from the open to be 20% or change from the close to be 20%, okay? And maybe you see 2 or 3 stocks that day. The next day you have that same one, maybe you see 10 or 20. I mean, you just don't know what's going to happen on any particular day. Does that make sense? I mean, I can create a filter, I can create a scan and put a very, very high change from the open. Yeah, maybe you'll get none. There's no way to just say, I only want 2 or 3 stocks 100% of the time with a certain filter set. I mean, look at this one, for instance, here, okay? Here's my 10-day daily breakdown, okay? I only have 2 stocks in it today. Why? Because I've got a very tough filter in here. The relative volume filter is 8. So it's got to be trading at least 8 times normal, plus some other filters here, okay? So, I mean, but a stock like Netflix, you may not, I mean, I don't know if it ever is going to trade 8 times normal. All you can do is experiment a bit, okay? So, I mean, again, then I would use a very high relative volume filter. You know, you can use maybe start with 5. And then the change from the close or the open, say 10%. You may not, I don't know how many you'll get, but you know, but I mean, if you want an alert window, let's just for fun, well, do you want it as a top list or an alert window? Okay, so if I create an alert window like this, okay, now you're talking Netflix, so you're going to have a very wide range. So I'm going to start from scratch. I don't know what you mean any. Well, unusual moves are always usually because of relative volume, Sminity. Always. Okay. It's not the absolute volume. I could say, well, this stock has traded 4 million shares. Wow, that's a lot. But what if 4 million shares is half its normal volume? Okay. So I would always start off with the relative volume filter because that's going to show you stocks that are trading abnormally for it. So if I create, what is Netflix trading at? What's the price of Netflix right now? 300? So I mean, you're going to have an incredibly wide range. What am I going to do? Put price of 1 to 300? It's up to you. Now I can create something that's going to, okay. Oh yeah, but what range do you want to look at? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. What range of like what price range do you want? 1 to 300? I mean, I can do it. Okay. Put a high relative volume of 5. Volume today, let's go 100% or I don't know, 500,000 shares. Change from the close. You can try change from the close of 10%. I mean, that's going to get you hardly any stocks, but oops, now I need an alert. So what do we want? The new high of the day? High of the day or new 5-minute high? I mean, it's up to you. Okay, so now you want it 1 in 500? Okay. And what will your alert be? A new high for the day or new high of the day? Okay. New high? Okay, so there's a summary. New high, stocks between 1 and 500. Current volume, big, pretty big, 500,000 shares and up at least 10% from the previous close. Let's see if anything came by. There you go, DC. So there's DC as an example, okay? Meets all the filter requirements. I don't know if that's going to be tradable for you, and if I do a history today, let's see what else popped in. DC, there's grits. I know Andy was talking about GRTS. I mean, these are meeting the filter requirements. Whether that's going to be tradable for you or not, I don't know. There's Guild. Guild has had a tremendous day. But you see, you're still getting a few alerts. Now, this is a duplicate. I mean, these are, but there's another one. I mean, if you only want 2 or 3, I mean, there you could add, relative volume, make it higher. Or you could add, well, I mean, you can take this one and then all you have to do, if you're not getting any, then maybe reduce that current volume. No, I understand. I understand that you don't want to day trade them necessarily, but this will give you stocks that are certainly moving today. And then you can make up your mind if you want to swing them. Okay? And again, you can always adjust that price range. You can make that 10% from the close. You can make it from the open instead. Let's do it from the open instead. I like that instead of the close, but it's up to you. So, wild one, of course, BHSC, but that was earlier. That's the last alert that would have come through that particular scan at 107. Let's take a look at the history on this one today. The only one, the only filter, the only one. So there you go. If you use the change from the open, there's only one alert today. Now, I would not call this a swing trade. Okay, I can give it to you, sure. That would have given you only one today so far using those filters. If you want more, then you're going to have to, from day to day, you have no idea how many you're going to get. So maybe you reduce the current volume. Maybe you, oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I had $10 from the open. Sorry. My mistake. So don't, that was, should be using the percent. Sorry about that. Okay, so there's the AGLE. So let's just take a look, do a history on this one. How many came through? Yeah, a few. I mean, a few. But there's, the same one over and over again as it kept making a new high earlier on in the day. So I'll give this to you. So then your job then, if you're not getting anything or if you're getting too many, then you either make this filter higher or lower. This is probably the one that's, causing not as many alerts to come, or maybe it doesn't have to be up 10%. Yeah, okay, so I'll make one addition then. I'll say properties, don't repeat. You can either do it every 30 minutes or just, don't repeat for the day. Just so the first time you get the alert, that's it. Okay? So I'll give this to you. Yeah, doesn't look good now, QNGY. One moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. Well, I guess it's bad news. I mean, yeah, YMAB was halted. YMAB was halted all day, wasn't it? Almost all day. Did it start to? It was halted at 9:55 because of news. And here's your news. Here is your news. Halted on day of FDA advisory. Let's see. Scheduled to review. Scheduled to discuss. Noted uncertainty. Oh yeah, not good. Not good. So this was the precursor to all this, guys. I mean, somebody kind of knew. This was my, I said this before. This was my big miss a couple of days ago. Showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And so somebody must have known this was going to happen. Wow, look at this market, guys. Look at this huge green bar here. I was kidding. I thought, maybe we'll get to 1,000. We might. Boy, contrast that with the previous 2 or 3 days. Your long coin, let's see what Bitcoin is doing. BITO, let's see what the ETF is doing. See if this is coming into any sort of an interesting level. There's the VWAP there, 360. So it actually kind of bounced off the VWAP, QNGY. Kind of, maybe, sort of. Did you really? 389? Okay, well, you are so close. Oh, I forgot I was still in this FMS. It hasn't moved at all. Well, maybe it'll start now. I'm in at 1309, way back here, so we'll see. I think actually Monday is the last day. I think Monday is actually the last day. I think the email said to the 31st. Speaking of that, guys, yeah, before I wrap this up, put myself on mute for a bit. All right, so there's my homepage link. I put it in, still have that nice promo on. So if you click on my homepage link, you want 25% off, use that promo code TestDrive25 for 25% off. First month only or the entire year. You can always try us out for a month. Okay, you can take that standard or the premium, but the standard, say 118, less than 25%. If you decide you'd like to take an annual and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25% promo, okay? Halloween. It's going to be the same code. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And of course, my daily stock of the day video, you can sign up for it here. These are both free, of course. All the education is here and my scans are here. So save my link. If you ever take out a subscription, helps the room. If you use my link, room is free. So if the company likes to see that the room is being utilized, etc. So if you take out a subscription using my link, great. I do get a cut. So even great for me. So that's how we can keep the room free. Well, guys, I mean, you know, we've got to look at it, I guess, but here's another one of those crazy SPACs that is indicated that they're going to be merging with Provident. No, wait a minute. Correcting, replacing Perfect Core. Like, so are they trying to buy a company called Perfect Core? Highly risky. Well, I think the race is over, guys. I think Amazon is definitely going to beat Meta. Amazon is actually quite a bit, well, $2 above. This is $1 below 100. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm still here. If you have a question, I will hop right back on the mic. So, okay, so the question was, how do you, well, the scan that I gave you did that, but if you have any other alert window, this is what I do here, for instance. I only see the stock once, but it's repeating here. So in an alert window, just right click, go to properties, hover over, don't repeat. Okay, click on that don't repeat option. And here are your time frames. So don't repeat for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, 1 hour, or for a day. Okay. So again, in the alert window, right click, properties, don't repeat. And now it's up to you, you know, if you don't want it for a day, but this is a drop down giving you various time frames. Well, you'll see the latest one. You'll see the latest one all the time. You know, assuming you just have a new, like this right here. Ah, the web-based version. That I don't know. Let's see if that even exists. On the web-based version, let me just see if that even exists. The don't repeat. All right, so let's find an alert window. Okay, here we go. So in your case, you right click on the alert window, right click, and go to view mode. And then it says don't repeat. Click on the don't repeat. And then here is your drop. Here is yours, okay? Don't check the don't repeat. And then here is yours, and whoops. And I'm sure it says for a day. Okay, so that is in the web-based version. Okay, did you get that? It's not properties. It's different in the web-based version. So again, I'll right click on the alert window, view mode, and then this box pops up, and then check don't repeat for, and then check it again, don't repeat, and then you have a drop-down menu. Can you see my screen? Okay, good. Don't forget to save your work, okay? Any change you make has to be saved. Okay, let me load it again. Okay, so again, right click, view mode, don't repeat for, but you've got to check that. You've got to also check it again. Don't repeat symbol for. That's why it's in gray mode. Okay, don't repeat. Have to check that again. And then that drop down becomes selectable. Okay, you have to check that don't repeat again. Okay. So did that last yes mean yes, that you're good? You know, this QNGY may not be over, guys. Couple bottoming tails there. That VWAP kind of held. You know, late day flurry, you never know. Okay, guys, I'll put myself back on mute. Well, guys, I tell you, if this can somehow find, look at this bottoming tails off her apex. If it can ever find a way to break through 5, that's that 200-day moving average. Look at the bottoming tails the last 2 days so far, anyway. Yesterday had a big topping tail too, so more of a doji type day. But again, it's got to take out 5 in a big way, and then look out. And I see Zach is posting some information. $8 million worth of buy chatter. Okay. Well, Spinity, I mean, if you can't see net, well, you won't see it today, obviously. I mean, it's not up. When you say you trying to see it today, or you're trying to see it back here, then obviously it didn't meet the filter requirements. Okay. Whoa. Okay, guys, B on the I mean, look. Wow. Okay. Okay, then Spinity, it didn't meet the filter requirements. It obviously wasn't the relative volume wasn't 5 or something. What it just didn't meet the filter requirements. If you drop the relative volume down, maybe it will. Okay, I don't know. Was it up 10% even? I mean, from the open, I'm not 100% sure, but sounds like it. That's the whole thing, though. I mean, talking to somebody in our YouTube room, if something isn't showing up, it's because the filter is blocking it, and probably maybe it wasn't 5 times normal volume. Very, it's pretty unlikely like a stock like Netflix is going to have that. There you go. So if you take that relative volume out, maybe drop it to 2 or something, but then you're going to introduce, you see here, I can create you a scan that's going to show you Netflix, but it might show a whole bunch of other stocks that you don't care about. Okay. That's the whole thing though. And as A Trade a Day says, I mean, large caps definitely do not have large multiple relative volume days. %20 for the last 5 days is easy. That's just you can, we've got a position and range filter like that. Configure. So if I search and I type in we've got a lot of different position and ranges. Okay. Oops, I'm going to type it in correctly. So position in 5 days. Okay. Or not position, sorry, change. if you type in change in that alert window and you go down to 5 days, okay, percent. So you could say add the filter, minimum of 20% in 5 days, okay? But I'm telling you, to find something like that, yeah, so filters are and functions, okay? Filters are and functions, so there's no, they're not or functions. Well, and meaning filters, prices between 1 and 50, and the volume is this, and that. All those values, all those filters have to be satisfied. Alerts are ors. So you could say, well, show me stocks that have made a new high for the day, or a new 5-minute high, or, a pullback to a certain level, or. Alerts are ors. Okay, so if you configure, so all of these are ors. So you could say, okay, show me a stock that made a new high for the day, or a new 5-minute high, or a post-market high, or. All these are ors. Whereas the filters are screening for a reason. Everything has to be met. It has, that you want a certain price range and a certain volume and a certain relative volume and a. All those filters have to be met before you'll see one of the alerts. But you can have many, many alerts if you want. Those are ors. Oh, you may have Jonathan Priddle. Okay. So here is something I can give you. Okay, I can give it to you. You can have fun with it if you want, if you think it's fun. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Where is it? Just to give me a moment. Load from cloud stocks. This is what I use. I don't use it very often, but history, stocks like this, load. Guys, I think I'm hung up. Oh, not hung up. Okay, let me try again. Okay. So don't get too confused about this, but this is stocks like this template. You notice I've got all these different filters on top here. This will tell me, now I don't know if I can go back. I can see, and what you do is you can see exactly what filter values were. Listen, this is advanced, but you're asking for something, so I'm going to give it to you. And if I click on configure, and then symbol this, and I type in Netflix. Now the trick is, of course, to go back in time and making a new high. But I want to do it, history. This is always confusing to me. Well, you can play around with this and get to the Monday date, okay? And then you'll see the filter values. Every time Netflix made a new high, you'll see what filter values were used. You can add columns, more columns. I mean, I've got a ton of them here, okay? I mean, this could get very confusing for you. But this is, this is a way that, some, I'll call it more advanced. I don't mean you're not advanced, but people who like to build their own strategies, They want to say, okay, this stock did this. What were the filter values? And if I use these filter values to build a strategy, maybe I can find something else that is similar later on. Yeah, do what Jonathan's saying. But I can give this to you and you can play around with it. Again, this is very advanced. But you're trying to do something, I want something that's only going to show me 2 or 3 symbols a day. It could be impossible. Some days, you might see 5 symbols. Some days you might not see any. Some days you might see 10. It's impossible to know ahead of time because we don't know what the market's going to do tomorrow. I mean, look at this one. Some days I may have 10 stocks in here. Today I only had 2 in the 10-day daily breakdown. Makes sense. Look at the market today. Market's ripping. On the 10-day daily breakout, I've got a few, okay, because the market's doing this. If the market were collapsing, maybe I only get 3 of these and maybe I get 8 of these. You never know, day to day. It's impossible to know. Well, I'll tell you what, if EPIX, I mean, look what it did. It did get through the 200-day briefly. If it takes it out again, look out. There it is, 504. It got through briefly. Even this silly duo is what a 4 days it's had. But it is moving, moving, moving. Ooh, rum on the way down. I thought it got hit or it was moving higher. Excellent, Pepe. That'll be welcomed. All right, guys, back on mute. Okay, Spinity, I'll show you how. Give me a moment. Yeah, so it's a little, and I don't use the web-based version, so I have to kind of learn with you. But so here it is. So in your case, it is tools, okay, load from cloud. So if you took my scan, it should appear like in a browser, in another tab, or copy the link. Maybe just it's easier just to copy the link. Okay, so copy the link. So right here, just copy the link. Or if you click on it, I'm not sure what happens well, if you click on it, yeah, I mean, it should appear right here. Well, right here in a new tab. And then you can copy the link. Okay, control copy. And then with you, then you're clicking on tools, load from cloud, and you'll paste the link in that box and then load it. Hopefully that works. There it is. I mean, this is pretty messy here. Okay. So just copy the link and then tools, load from cloud. And if you copied it correctly, well, then paste it in that box here. Okay, paste it in the box. Is there? Okay. I mean, this is the way I've done it for years. But this might be too complicated anyway. I mean, I almost hesitate giving this to you. It could be incredibly complicated for you. Chris might be able to help you. He'll be coming in a bit. I'm not sure how else I can help you. You too, Zach. Another fascinating week. Next week, guys, 1,000 companies release earnings. So going to be really super active. We're going to have lots and lots of, probably a lot of companies you've never seen before having, crazy days. Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap this up in the main room. I'll keep the YouTube room open until, well, Chris will be there soon. So I'm going to wrap this up in the main room. Get me my script together. So as usual, thank you for all the help all week long. And I'll open the room, not tomorrow, I'll open the room on Monday at 8 o'clock in the morning. So have a great weekend, everybody. And we'll see you then. Bye-bye. That's in the main room. YouTube, of course, is open. Chris will be here soon. Chris,
Barry,
rescue me.
you're rescued.
Okay.
Done. Swapping screens.
Okay, bye. Have a nice weekend.
Take care, Barry.
Okay, bye.
Happy Friday, everybody. What a week, huh? Wild, no? I say it's wild. Who had it on their bingo card that the market would be up quite this much over the week? But here we are. We discussed possible bounces for a couple days now, and we really kind of got it going on right now. We talked about 375 being the level, and regardless of all those really terrible earnings, here we are, right? So, let's bring up some pre and post markets here. I don't normally do pre and post market, but let's take a look here. And so I think this is just bad prints. I don't know why this happens on SPY charts so much. We're working on some technology to try to get rid of this stuff. Some of these prints do exist sometimes, so it's not always, and that's the issue. Anyways, I think really we defended this kind of 375 level in the post market after all those earnings debacles yesterday. And we drifted higher. I think a lot of people saw this go on and they left their desks and didn't realize this had happened. And then we came back down and kind of not even really tested that area in the pre-market and just kind of drifted upwards through the pre-market and right into a really solid open on the day. And here we are. We've taken out some key resistance levels. We're up on another key resistance level here, and we'll see what happens. Again, we talk about is it a bull run in a bear market? Is it the start of a just new bull run? We won't know till retrospect comes in. There's no way to know that. But ride the wave. I talked about last week that I was looking to try to get long a few things in my longer term accounts. I've done that. I closed some stuff out already after Monday and Tuesday enters, and start to close things out Wednesdays and Thursdays. Ride a few things still for now, and that's that. We continue to bounce. I'll either add into positions that I already have, or add back into positions I have, or I'll add different positions, new stocks. There definitely seems to be a rotation going on in terms of old tech and new tech, old economies and new economies. Obviously, energy has been a big leader in a lot of this. But today, let's not kid ourselves. Semiconductors are a huge leader in what we're doing today. Biotechs are a huge leader in what we're doing today. And I mean, you can't discount how strong that biotech chart is now, right? Look at this biotech chart. We've got that bottom and looking like a real double bottom here. And then we build on this here. So were bios the first to really start the bottoming process in this whole thing here? Because, going back, they've been getting slaughtered for a very long time. Also, while I'm rambling here, if folks have questions, and I see yours, Michael Anthony, I'll jump on it in a second. Fire those questions away, whether they're the platform or just markets and charts and things in general. That's what we're here to have some conversations and educate ourselves. Just by talking, I get educated. There's things that, by talking out loud, I notice that I might not have noticed before. But going back to this bio chart here on a weekly chart, looking at the COVID crash and then the run up here, like everything else, it was the first to really start to topple at this time last year, even a little earlier than this time last year, to be honest. So it will be the first to make the recovery too. I don't know. Doesn't seem unreasonable. A lot of bios that, that I've liked. It's hard with those to want to hold things. But Pacific Bio, after selling off yesterday, looks strong again today. Now, granted, a lot of these stocks are still going to follow the overall market, but when the overall market was selling off, Pacific Bio was not selling off as much over the last couple of weeks. So, we take what we will from all this. with that said, let's see, what is Michael Anthony asking right now? What do I think of Big and BGS? Big was on some races, but was it just because it was day trading well, or no? It still looks like it's trying to find a bottom to me. Maybe it's found it here. It could be that it found it here. Retail, though, retail's still going to be a little tricky, I think. And people cutting back certain spending, but you do have the holidays coming up and things like that, and people are going to, November 1st is only a couple of days away. Hard to believe, and people are going to start their holiday shopping. I know I'll start mine. I promise myself every year I'll get it done early. I plan to get all mine done before Christmas, before December, not Christmas. So it's possible, Michael Anthony, that we've got a bottoming process going on here. I would say, right now, 15 looks like the real floor. You could call maybe this level. I'm going to guess that's like 1650, I'm guessing, right? 17. Yeah, 16 and change, just under 17. You could call that a de facto underneath floor, a subfloor before the final floor. That's the problem for me looking at it. Otherwise, it's a day trading vehicle. But as a long-term thing, right now, if you're buying up here, where are you putting your stop, right? Where are you going to put your stop? If you got a reason to put your stop above 15, so for me, the first place I'm looking at is that 15 level, and that's our $3 risk. If we get through and hold 18, 20 is obviously going to be a challenge. So now I'm risking $3 to make $2, and that doesn't make sense to me. So while it doesn't have a terrible look to it that it could be in a bottoming process like the rest of the market, it doesn't set up a good risk reward scenario for me personally anyways. That's that. BSG. BSG. Oh, BGS. That would probably be good if I take that right. Same thing, is it just reversing with the market, or did it find a bottoming? Did it make a bottom? This one, I like the other chart better overall. I like the other chart better overall because, again, right here, where's your floors? 13 and change. I guess this sets up a better quote unquote risk reward. If you're going to call your floor 13 and change, and if you can get through this level, you're looking at 18. So you're risking, it's the same risk. You're risking $2 to make $2 essentially. So this is a slightly better risk reward, but more risky because it doesn't look like it's really completed a bottoming process unless it's going to be a V recovery for it, which I don't bet on things like that. So it will all depend on what the overall market's doing with this. This is going to be tied to that, especially the fact that, look, 800,000 shares doing its normal stuff, really kind of following, the indexes more or less, especially retail, I bet. Yeah, retail, so the XRT. Retail actually looks a lot healthier, and big looks better because of that, to be honest. So, you got possible bottoming process happening here. You got a couple nice updates. You're moving more or less sideways with a nice strong bottoming tail today, showing that the buyers really stepped back in on retail. And a shot up here. And that's, pretty solid looking floor there. Anywho, what do I know? And again, anybody with questions, please fire those away. Just give me 1 second. I need to take some Motrin for my head right now. All right. got a slight headache going on here. SPW Asia, both retail, both earnings did beat. Yeah, but remember, I don't care about earnings if they beat or not. What I care about is the reaction. Was the reaction positive to earnings? Well, Dinos, I don't know if I can afford to risk losing any more brain cells than I've already lost over my lifetime. I've lost enough as it is. We call that the hard reboot, right? Nah, there's nothing here. You're running sideways. There's nothing there for me on that. You traded not even 200,000 shares on the day. Yeah, very much nothing there as far as I'm concerned. No, I know. So I'm playing along with you. But I'm not playing about the having lost a lot of brain cells in my lifetime. That one I'm not joking about. CHS. Which is this? This is women's clothing, right? Yeah, or that's what it says up here. That's what I remember. I don't really know this brand, to be honest. I just remember looking at this chart not that long ago. I'm gonna guess it was you. Look, that's not too. Oh, I switched to highlighter on me. Got that nice rounded base. It's a big level right through there, getting up over $5. Gets over that, you take a shot at that. So not too shabby there. Not too shabby at all. Nice little move up here, little pop, sideways action. Claims back over the 6 level. Then you're looking at 650 and 7. So, not terrible. I do wish it was a little bit more of a dynamic chart, but it's not a bad looking chart, as far as charts go. Interesting. Okay, I'm writing this down. TensorBand. It's funny that you say that because I'm thinking of the same thing. I'd rather not eat a ton of whatever. I'm writing this down. Thanks, Dino. Says TensorBand here. I'm going to give that a check out when we'll wrap up here in 45 minutes or so. All right. Okay, there we go. I didn't do a ton for trading today. Kind of, had an okay week. Wasn't great, but wasn't bad. Considering how much the market bounced, I should have had a better week. I really should have. Anyways, I didn't want to go around and do anything fancy today. That's that. But I did notice, some good stuff coming through here. Rum kicking myself a little bit. I thought about taking a position on it on Tuesday. Let's say it's Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Thought about taking a shot on it here, a small position in my 401k, and I didn't. Anyways, hindsight's 2020. Great run though for the stock here the last couple of days, and today just beautiful 15-minute chart for a while. Obviously gave back a bunch now, but really nice run off this level here anyways, up $4 and change. You can't really knock that at all. This I think was a little bit wild today, no? Yeah. So I don't know with this one. Definitely several day trades to be had in it, and could have played a pullback alert on this too with the price alerts. You can see I set a price alert here. Early in the morning, I wanted to see if it came back down. It never came back down, just ran away, and I never looked at it again. When you start to get these big bottoming shadows, though, some of these topping shadows, that's the stuff that makes me a little bit nervous. So yeah, I can't imagine they'll be too hard to find there. I'll check them out in a couple of minutes here. Yeah, we can't have the screenshots because of the bots that constantly come in here, and there's no way to open it up for just some people. So kind of really a bummer, because it would be nice to be able to share things with everybody back and forth like that. Unfortunately, those unscrupulous individuals. How long over $5 for you to consider holding out at that price? I'm guessing you're talking about CHS. Was that the stock, right? There's no amount of time over something, over a price, that's going to make me get into it. It won't be the only factor, because all of a sudden, what if it starts holding for 3 weeks this way? It's just not going anywhere. I don't want to put money into that either, because then money's sitting in a stock that's not doing anything. I want to see it be able to make some dynamic moves. Now we've seen this. It's move 5 to 7 right there. It's not too shabby. I mean, a couple of weeks to get that done, but you're not putting a whole lot to risk here. Or relative to share size and price, I wouldn't be putting a whole lot to risk there. So I'd be okay with that. But it's not the amount of time that's above something necessarily for me. And day trading, yes, a little bit different, where if I'm seeing something is really holding above a key level and it's got volume and it's got interest in it, that's something, when you see it, all of a sudden we get a candle, if it was fighting with 6, it's fighting with 6, it's fighting with 6. And then we pop over 6 and we get a candle close, or maybe 2 candle closes above 6, and the volume is still there. That's something to get me more inclined to take a position. But when it comes to swing trading, it doesn't need to necessarily hold a level. That could be part of it, but I also have to be a believer in that it's going to move up for a reason too. It's got to have more than just holding above a level for me to believe that it's going to move up. GETY, isn't that like the photo people? Yeah, Getty Images. I don't really know anything about this. I feel like they've been around forever, but it says it's only publicly traded since here, which I didn't understand. But I feel like, haven't they been around a long time? This is one of those weird ones to me. It's got a huge range on it since it IPO'd or whatever. Maybe it was a symbol change. I don't know. I probably should do some research on it, but I'm not going to. Anyways, with that said, there's not much for me to comment here because, again, not even 200,000 shares. I don't know if that's going to crack 200,000 shares by the time we close in 15 minutes and change. So there's just no interest. There's nothing dynamic about it. I don't know if maybe someday it explodes in the next 2 or 3 days, but there's no catalyst that's happening here. I'll be waiting on news for that or something like that, and that's not what I'm going to trade. So there's not really much for me to comment there. YouTube Diagnosis, thank you. You have a good one too, buddy. Appreciate it. Okay, yeah. So that's why I figured that's who it is, or where it's coming from. But it's got a huge range. So if the thing ever gets moving again, I mean, it could do things. It's a big float, but it looks like for a big float, it can really move, right? So, make of that what you will. Certainly interesting, nonetheless. Definitely, interesting in the sense of that it's what it is, how long it's been around, and the fact that how long it's publicly traded for, I guess. So, again, make of that what you will. And if it starts to get some volume and interest in it, it could be a play without any question. Just not yet. It's not there yet, that's for sure. A humble brag. We talked about cake yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? How much I like cake. I like Cheesecake Factory. I said, well, what a move on it today, right? Not too shabby. Now it's going into earnings on Monday. So I got a feeling that this stock's going to that the street's going to like its earnings. I have no position in it, nor am I going to take a position in it. But interesting nonetheless. And holding up above this level, and then this level is the next one up here near 40. Again, I get it. Cheesecake Factory's probably made with all kinds of terrible seed oils and whatever other awful things that they put in it. But boy, does that cake taste good. The factory nachos with some chicken on it. Anywho. What is the, I don't use any filters, Don. These two here, my like symbols, and then things that I'm narrowing down for my 401k. There's no filters. If I right click configure, you just look at a symbols list with the stocks I want on it. That one there, filters are all empty, and I'm sorting on change from the close percent. That's it. And then the same here. So I could kind of double filter things down. I'm trying to get back and be a little more vigilant with my liked list, and then like kind of double filter them through myself and charting. There's configure. Again, no filters in here. It's just pointed at my personal liked list. And again, I'm sorting on change from close, and that's it. I'll have to drop some stuff off here probably today. Yeah, you're done. You're already done. Adios for now. It's nice knowing you, NOV. I'll let you stick around a little longer. HCC, you stick around. NEX, no. I'll catch you next time you're up. We're good. Yeah, we're good. Trying to think realistically if there's any shot at me taking a position in any of these when I'm dropping them off here. Nope. Done. Glop. What a name. Maybe you can stick around for a little bit. Anyways, I'll go through the rest at another time. Nope. Not on these two top lists here. On this, yeah, there's some filters going on. Not a ton, but some filters going on. But this is more day trading stuff. This is more swing trading stuff. So, I took a position in DO several days ago. And I sold some. We'll see what happens here. I'd really like to see it take a crack at 10 and see what happens. Same with RES. I took this back here. I sold some on the earnings day. One of my rare times I'll hold into earnings, but I really liked the chart, believed in it, and I mostly closed everything out. LTHM, I'm really thinking about a position in this one. I want to see it get 32 with some confidence. So Peter, this will go back to your question about how long something has to be above a level for me to get interested. If I can get one day closing above 32 and the next day it opens above 32 and the market looks like it's going to be on my side, I'm probably going to take a position in LTHM. I'd like to see what earnings do on Monday, obviously, but if Monday looks good, if we get through earnings on Monday and it looks good, there's a good chance I end up with a position in this on Tuesday. Am I going to for sure? No. SWN was another one I wanted to take a position in. I didn't. So, but those are like the 4 stocks I'm looking at throwing in my 401k are already in there. This one probably going to get dropped now, but I like this move. And then I saw the earnings and I thought maybe we get something special off of earnings. Just didn't happen. I was kind of really looking at this too. It's like descending triangle here, and thought maybe energy might see a good bounce, but we'll see. We'll see what comes up next week. I'll say used traders for a year and have never understood why you choose an A window for a new scan or a T window. Can you explain your initial thought process? I don't really use alert windows, but if I'm going to use it, the only thing I'm trying to do with alert windows, I'm trying to create like everybody else, I want to create something for automated. So, you know, I've got this scan here I've been kind of playing around with for a long time now. And, you know, I'm hoping to one day maybe, I think in a decent bull market, this will be okay. This is what it's done. You know, if we look back about 64, 65 days, this is what it's done. So you can see here very flat and then, you know, nice little jump up afterwards. So I don't know, it's shown some promise. We'll work on it a little bit more, I guess. But the thing is, over optimizing and back testing, every time you change a scan, every time I change a scan, I need to give it like another 15 days of back testing data to figure out, you know, because then it becomes forward testing also. Because I don't, you know, just because the back test looks good, well, what does the back test look as we move forward? That's a huge deal, right? Anyways, so that's the point more or less for alert windows. Also, before alert windows was it, before we had races, if you wanted a live alert, it was timestamped to the second. Hey, this stock did this thing at this time, you know, and for a lot of people, new highs is what they were looking for. So new highs with some kind of volume, relative volume, 1 minute volume. It might have been Bollinger Bands involved or average true range, or, you know, whatever it was that, you know, tickled someone's fancy essentially. So that's, you know, that's where that comes in for the alert windows. Alert windows are the thing that sets us apart from everybody else out there that's scanning and screening, as nobody else has live data like this to do that. With Topless, it was a way to have all the filters of the alert, but without the event. So here are just the stocks that meet your filters, and every 30 seconds it updates with the stocks that continue to meet the filters. So, you know, there's that. And then also, we got audio with this too. So, and you can set up different, you know, sound files for alert windows to say, oh, this alert window has this one, that alert window has that one, so on and so forth. So, anyways, that's the popularity of those. If I'm being truly honest, I'd kind of stopped using alert windows for a long time because I just wasn't having a lot of personal success using them for day trading. I don't know if it was just, I still had made it as far as day, not that I made it as a day trader either. Don't kid yourself. I've got my ups and downs. It's just that my downs have been a little less and my ups have been a little more over the last year or so. But I just wasn't a good day trader for a long time. That's all there was to it. And I found my niche with swing trading and Topless. You know, I have different Topless I look at after the market close, and then I put those stocks on my watch list here, my liked list, and then going into the next day, you know, I'd start. Sometimes I'd take in position, sometimes I wasn't, but I was having much more success like that. And that's how I was using it. So it was like I used one top list to filter into the next top list, and then from there, you know, make a decision. So that touches on that. And then I see you got a few more things that posted in there. Let me cover the rest of those, and I'll circle back to Michael Anthony and FLO. Also, when I open a new M window, I get a copy of a multi-scan window that is currently in my layout. Why do I not get a new M window? Because that means you saved it as your default. So what you did was you went to, did I like SWN earnings? No, and I liked them even less because the street didn't like them. I don't know what their earnings were. I didn't look at them. I didn't care what their earnings were, to be honest. I just thought that maybe something positive would happen. Anyways, this is what happened here for you, Amos. You must have had a multi-window open. Let me find one. You must have had a multi-window open, and you saved as default. And so that every time you open a multi-window, that's what will open now. That's how I've done it with like my top lists and my alert windows and my charts. Every time I open them, they're opened as what I saved as a default each time. So what you could do is you could take one of those multi-windows and you can start to uncheck strategies. How do we get rid of all that, though? How do I get rid of the strategy? Oh, delete. You can start deleting the strategies. You can start deleting all the strategies in it and then save the blank one as your default again. There is no audio T list, only with a list. So like I can just share out a blank top list if you want, a blank multi-window to save you that trouble though. So here's a blank multi-strategy window. I mean, it's just, you know, this is what it looks like. There's nothing in here. No columns or anything like that are set up. You know, none of that. So here, I can share that out for you and you'll have it. So save or share, multi-strategy window, save and share. And then just save this as your default afterwards when you get that. Yeah, ask as many questions as you want. That's what I'm here for. And so FLO, what's FLO? FLO. Trying to break out of, you know, this long range here, very wide and long range around here. We'll see if it can really clear. Then maybe, yeah. It's good. Look, you know, it's got a lot of strength to it compared to the indexes there, Michael Anthony. Yeah, well, I mean, I wish I would have found it 7 days ago too. I could say that with probably 100 stocks right now or more. Can an M window be used for an A window, even if right now there is no plan to add multi-strategies? Yeah, I mean, you could do this. You can go, so here's just a blank multi-strategy window. Let me bring it over again. So here's a blank multi-strategy, right-click, strategies, new strategy, configure. And then you see it's an alert configure at its core. And then you make the alert window. So just, you know, whatever here, I can put in here. Add alert and, you know, give it some stuff for and whatever I want to put there and up that. And, you know, just throwing some random numbers to show you here. And that's it. There it is. I didn't give a strategy a name, so there it is, blank. But yeah, you could use it technically as an alert window. You don't have to add anything to it. No, it cannot be done. Sorry, Amos. No, sorry. Cannot be done, unfortunately. Only M windows, A windows, and P windows can have sound. Price alerts can have sound. That's it, though. And we're coming to the last 20 seconds of the market. Wrap up another extremely interesting week. So, and it looks like the buyers were really stepping in here at the close. Or at least defending it. We wicked up and wicked down. We shadowed up and shadowed down, whatever you want to call it. So there you have it, sports fans. Another trading week in the books. Ding, 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 ding. And that is a pretty solid candle after a couple of sideways down days. And you had a lot of doom and gloom yesterday. And, you know, I leaned towards maybe a sell-off today, but I think we rally a little more. Overall, I think we rally a little more before any shot at testing this again. I don't know if we test this or not, but I think we'll see more of an up move before we see a big down move. We'll see. We shall see, as the saying goes. Hack Q. I keep seeing you on the races, but what are you doing? Okay, so you traded almost no shares, but you're up 37, almost 38% on the day. You're a SPAC, and have you done anything in the past? No, you haven't. Anything special here? No. Headquartered in Hong Kong. Interesting. You got it, my friend. Glad you found that helpful. And listen, don't ever hesitate on questions, please. That's what I'm, here for. If I don't have the answer, I'm gonna go and search for it for you. That's for sure. I might leave you hanging, but it won't be for long. I will get an answer to you eventually if there's something I don't have the answer for, as far as the software goes, anyways. Chris, here are two biotics: ABCL. SIGA is that whole monkeypox play, though, which is kind of blah, right? So, but ABCL. All right, let's take a look. Go short float. Mostly a downtrend. Perhaps bottomed. Building off of that. Defended this 10 level, which is a big deal. $10, I don't think people realize how powerful $10 is. Getting above $10 and holding $10 for stock is a really big deal. And if you're above $10 and you start testing $10 to the downside and then you hold it, that is also a big deal for strength. So, well, we know how I feel about stocks and downtrends, and we know how I feel about bios. That's pretty solid, And it sets up, it sets up this kind of scenario here as far as I'm concerned. You break $10 and you could be all the way down here at 7 and change or so, right? You hold above it though. 1450 isn't unreasonable. This sets up a decent risk reward. You're risking, on an entry now, you'd be risking $1.70 at a $10 stop to go up 1270, 1370, 1470 essentially. So you're risking 3 to 1. That's a good ratio right there to risk. Or let's say 2 and 3/4 to 1. Still a good ratio on that risk reward right there. Now, am I saying that's what everybody should be doing? No, I'm not. I'm just saying that's what I see personally. You may see it differently. You may say, nah, Chris, I'd give it a stop all the way down to $8 or $9, let's say $9. And I think I could ride it up to 15. And so then, you adjust accordingly with that ratio that you believe is there. And again, that's the kind of stuff that makes us all unique. Is Powell going to raise rates on November 2nd? I don't know. He never answers my tweets when I tweet at him. Janet Yellen didn't answer tweets either, so it's kind of an unfortunate situation because I just skip right over all that stuff and ask them for their year-end targets on the indexes, but they never answer that either. So really kind of sad. I think they should answer. Sorry, something just popped in my head and now I lost it again. I completely drawn a blank. All right, well, let's look at a few indexes here. So technology, enjoying a nice bounce. How long does that last for? Let's see. Depending on who you ask, what they're thinking about technology these days. Anyways, again, I like when bottom, like everybody else, I'd like the bottom to be, kind of a process and then moving up. We had this decline here. A lot of people thought that might have been a bottom. Moved up. You had a lot of people that thought that was it. We're in a new bull run. Only to see that happen. Is this what's going to happen again? Time will tell. But enjoy the bounce while it's there, anyways, for technology. Let me bring this over while I'm doing this here. Right, it makes sense. All right, Vanguard. This is thinly traded ETF. Not that thinly, but information technology. It looks almost the same as that. We talked about semis a little bit here today, and we're going to see a lot of similar themes, although I'll say that this has had a much sharper bounce than this. Is that good or bad? It just is. Some things aren't good. Some things aren't bad. They just are. And retrospect will say it was good or bad, but that retrospect doesn't count. No Monday quarterbacking around here. Only when I'm making fun of myself, I have Monday quarterback. SMH looks exactly the same as SOXX. We talked about XIB. Here's the IBB. Same thing. Biotechs look good if, really risky trade holding some of those. Qs, you got above this level today. So let's see. They're the ones that are beating up the most now. IWM, we talked about yesterday. We'll get to the IWM. Let's scroll through. Let's go through. So telecoms, they're looking similar to this here. I like this a little better, actually, to be honest. If you ask why, I like this kind of head fake on a bounce and then the actual bounce here. I just, something feels nicer about that. What do I know? The Utes. I maintain, what if this is where things really changed underneath the hood, and people are leaving safety for more quote unquote risk. We'll see. I don't know. Anyways, I think that was significant. To not notice that, to not see that, to not note it would be a grave mistake. And, is this where we decided we wanted more risk on? And are we deciding maybe we don't want that risk on anymore? I don't know. But that correlation between the utilities and everything else. Regional banks, seen a lot of banking stocks coming through some scans recently. I'd like to see this take out these highs, though. You got to take out this high. You got to take out $50 for a trend change here, but that could be the beginning of a really nice bottoming process for the banks. If so, where does it go? Is this where it wants? Is this where it wants? Is it want back at its all-time highs? I don't know, but you see some banks you like, you might want to take an extra look because there looks to be a little strength in the banking sector right now. Again, Look for things that made lows in June and didn't make new lows now like the rest of the market did. That's strength. This is showing strength right here to the market overall. Vox, different scenario. So this is similar to communications, not as nice looking. This is going to be your broker dealers. Thinly traded, but really hefty bounce for them. Maybe people put money back in. The Dow kicking everybody's butt right now. We talked about, right? I said this over the last couple of months. The Dow never had the decline everything else had, right? Never had that. What is funny though, it also never participated on the upside like everything else did either. And it came down and tested those pre-pandemic highs, right? And bounced right off of them. So yeah, we wiped out 2 years worth of gains right here. And here we are bouncing. Again, the more I look at some of this stuff, the more bullish I get. So probably I'm a good contrarian indicator. So just start shorting everything if I get bullish. Again, communication sector, we can skip that. We've done enough there. It doesn't look good. XLF. This does not look as good as the banks, right? Let's go back. Let's play the tape again. Here's your regional banks again, right? Or just your banking ETF. This isn't your regionals. The KRE is the regional banking, excuse me. We'll get to the KRE in a second. Look at this relative strength here. We made a low, we made a higher low. Now look at the XLF. Opposite, right? We made a low, we made a lower low. That doesn't mean we're still headed, still headed lower, but it does mean this is not as strong. Here's the regional banks, KRE. Get those ones confused. Again, though, we made a low, we made a higher low. Love to see us take this out because I really think this thing could get rolling again. If I'm not mistaken, I believe banks were one of the big leaders out of COVID in 2020, later 2020. Yeah, so look here. Look at how the banks really shot out of here like a cannon, right? Really shot out. They were a big deal here coming out of COVID. We'll see. We'll see. Super dividend, don't really care about that. Real estate, I think real estate's still in for a little trouble right now. Obviously, the SPY, we've done this ad nauseum, but just one more peek at it right here. You know, a low, a lower low. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Industrial shot out like can right now. We'll see what happens there. IWM. IWM is really kind of leading the pack right now. Also, the IWM didn't make a lower low, really. Made the same low. Low, retest, retest. Held. Really held that level. Really, really defended that level, the IWM. So the small caps might be the way right now. Let's see. We also talked about yesterday that in Dow theory, we like to confirm things. One way for confirmation used to be the indexes and the transports. Now a lot of people use the indexes and the small caps. So we saw divergence. Now the idea is we want to confirm primary trend or continue to confirm primary trend. We saw the primary trend has been lower, right? We're well established. However, during the primary trend, small caps and everything participate the same. Now the small caps got a little hook moving up and relative and compare charts as the larger caps do. The larger caps still look like this. So this means that we're breaking the confirmation of a downtrend. Again, these are things that I'm looking at, for the longer term picture, the bigger picture here. Drop some CMT knowledge here. Again, financial services. These continue to look good here. I would be remiss if I didn't mention IB. Oh, wait, it's IBKR, right? IBKR. Interactive Brokers. And Interactive Brokers set to take out all-time highs right here. And obviously the street loved whatever they had to say about earnings, right? Look at that after earnings. Talk about a pro gap. There's your all-time highs back here. So, I mean, the bigger the base, the bigger the boom, as they say. We talked about all these, IWM, IOG. Let's skip around. Consumer staples. We made a much more significant lower low on that one. These are the things, when I look at this is the kind of stuff that has me lean more bearish. When you've got a number of indexes that are doing this, could these be what hold us back? Very well could be, for all we know. No way to know officially. Consumer staples times 2, that's good. So your equal weighted 500 really looks close to the S&P 500 at this point. All looks the same here. This is your equal weighted mid caps. Now, mid caps, a bottom, a tested bottom, didn't really take it out though. Multiple times it tried. Big deal defending that level, right? And it's one of those ones I like to point this out. While this made a nice move, it did not continue to make that nice move like a lot of other things did. It never, quote unquote, got ahead of itself, right? Just kind of stayed here in this range for a long time. It popped out of the range, and popped back into the range, and popped back down into the range. And that's popping back down up into this range again right here, right? Again, so this is something that leans me more bullish. Let's make a column, bullish and bearish stuff, right? Skip REITs. Home builders. Home builders look more healthy than real estate, but they don't look good. We talked about XRT already. Curious. Did wheat stocks give it all back yet? Since that big pop? Well, they're trying. They're almost there. So there's that big pop on the news, whatever news it was. And then I think this was another move happened here maybe, or here or something like that, because Cory Booker was talking about something with weed or whatever. Listen, when politicians are involved in your stocks, just be careful, unless you're getting insider tips from anybody in Congress, because there's a whole sheet you can go through and do a web search, and you'll find it's not just like one side or the other that's had some unbelievable trades. There are politicians across all aisles that have had some unbelievable trades. Kind of amazing how that works. Wish I had their insider information. No, you did too. Software, let's skip that. Doesn't mean anything. Jets, JETS, Jets. Doesn't feel great, but got to start somewhere, right? Let's continue to skip around. Uranium is a liar. I don't care what anybody says. Uranium stocks are liars. Perhaps someday, but we're not there. Getting some energy here. So, I like the way energy's setting up right now. I really like the way energy's setting up. I would have liked to have seen a stronger close from energy here. Defending the 89 was good. Rejected off the 90 was bad. But we also just had a nice shot out of here. A little bit of this, and that's why I'm looking at, you've got 1, 2, 3 energy stocks that I'm looking at here. I like these lower priced ones. I do. I like my lower price stocks sometimes when I feel like there could be a percentage move that I'm happy with anyways. There are some higher price ones that I like too. This is one that I like, generally speaking. Doesn't look as great right now. MRO. I really like this one. Yeah, I really, really, really like that setup looking there. P10. I like this one a lot. especially it had a really positive earnings reaction, got kind of sucked into the rest of the market yesterday. I've got a mock position here that I'm looking at because you can start to add things into the Brokerage Plus window. I didn't realize that. So like I have a position in this in my 401k. I can actually Brokerage Plus, let me bring this over, connect to simulated trading. If you pop out a new positions grid, I think I might be able to do here. Yeah, add position. I can go to add position and I could put a position in here and say what price I got in it and how many shares and stick it on my simulated account. That's kind of what I'm doing with P10 on another simulated, I have a few different simulated accounts that I'm experimenting with. So anyway, so it's a kind of an interesting new feature that's getting worked on and put out there. I think you guys have access to it now. Let me do a couple more of these, and then I see you put a bunch of stuff in there, Michael Anthony. I'll get to the things that are most relevant. So yeah, XLE I like. Clean energy, still a dog. Again, more energy, but you know, this one a little less than the XLE now. They keep trading spots. Which one looks stronger? XLE now looks like it's got the nod. Shippers are probably pretty terrible looking, but there's individual shippers that look good. There are individual shippers that look good. Emerging markets look horrible. Skip 20-year bond. Nobody cares. TAN. We'll see what TAN can do. Doesn't look great, but then again, also a low, a higher low, but then we broke it back down off that higher low. So, you know, it's a confused set of stocks, Solars. They're a confused set of stocks. They need some leadership. Gold is trash. Yeah, gold is trash. I'm guessing silver is just as trash. Yeah, silver is trash. It's not trash. You know what? Silver actually looks a little better than gold, to be honest. Or silver miners do. Metals and mining. I kind of like this chart. I don't know if there's any plays in there, but I kind of like this chart. I like this chart because we defended that level. We've got this symmetrical triangle going on. I like this bit of increase in volume that we've seen in here the last couple of weeks. So that's why I like the looks of that chart. Just because I like some of those when I'm trading anything on. I'm just talking about charts in general, just trying to, you know, do charting with you folks while, you know, you're hanging around. Let's end it with lithium ion again. Bad day for lit. Gonna need, like the TAN, like solar, it's gonna need a leader here if it's gonna do anything. I want to believe in both solar energy and these lithium stocks, but it's gonna need a leader. Doesn't have one right now. We'll see. And last but not least, let's beat up on China. You know, I don't even know what to say. Don't catch falling knives. Don't buy stocks in downtrends, long-term speaking, right? I mean, I know we got to find a bounce somewhere on this. We're just not there. So, all right, what do we got here? Yeah, Powell, tough stock market with profit on jump earnings, sold off later. Same reason. Okay. Each band made new high on earnings, and then fell off. All right. CNBC is a joke in their entertainment, but seeing Thursday that the tech sector is the only sector in recession, and today says that the tech sector was oversold. I'll leave it at this. Look at what CNBC allowed Jim Cramer to do with Facebook when it was at $300 all the way till yesterday when he came out fake crying on TV. So perhaps Jim Cramer's the nicest guy in the world. Perhaps he is. And he might be the best guy to have a burger and a beer with at the pub. I don't know. But the guy's there for entertainment. He's not there for financial advice. And CNBC is there for entertainment, and they're there for people to unload their shares onto the retail sector. CNBC is not there for reporting. They're not there for information. They may be some of the nicest people in the world. There are people from CNBC that there are few reporters there that I really, really like and respect. Brian Sullivan is one of them. I like Bob Pisani, actually. He's never a guy that's, pumping one stock or another or anything like that. He's just a guy that loves the stock market. I like Bob Pisani. You know, I watched CNBC for a very long time. I don't personally know any of these people, but when you got a guy like Cramer who's been caught behind the scenes saying some of the stuff that he has in the past, and he's out there shilling stocks, it doesn't sit right with me. That's all there is to it. So that's my comment there on that. You know, you've got plenty of great people there that have done great work. Just, you know, they're paid to be up there and talk, and that's always, you know, I'm not paid in a sense to be up here and talk to you folks. You know, if I'm giving you, you know, I'm not giving you guys things to buy or sell or hold or do. You know, I'm here to talk about a platform and a software that's data, and what you do with that data is up to you. And you know, that's the difference between a data provider like us or anybody else that's out there that's data providers, when someone's just providing data. So. Yeah, but he made a mistake $200 something ago, and you know, I follow enough to know that he was telling people that believe in. You know, I'm just gonna do this here. He told people believe in Meta here, and he told people believe in Meta here, and then he told people believe in Meta here. And he told people believe in Meta here. Now you don't want to believe in Meta. Now you admit you're wrong. You weren't wrong here or here or here or here or here or here. Here you're wrong. No, man, I'm sorry. That's messed up. You know, how many people believed in him, and because he constantly had this love affair with Mark Zuckerberg, you know, and this is a little out of character for me. This is normally talk for, you know, that I would have with people that I'm close with and in private conversations. But what happened with this stock really bothered me. Not because I care what happens to Meta. I don't want people to lose their job. I don't want people to lose their money, you know. But the bottom line is this company has been ill-managed for well over a year, and he continued to back them up, you know, and he continued to tout how much stock they bought back here, and that they are believers in their stock, and they're buying all, you know, $48 billion worth of stock at $300, and now this thing is under $100. I'm not saying it doesn't recover. All I'm saying is that there are a lot of people that listen to him all through here and sunk in hard-earned money. These aren't hedge fund people. You know, these aren't big broker people running big brokerage accounts and things like that. This is people like you and me managing our own money, trying to find a better lives for ourselves. And they got shellacked on this. Now, you know, people want to listen and believe in whatever they want to see on TV and anywhere else, so be it. You know, nothing we could do about that. And people could blame them for listening to it. But, you know, like anybody else, they thought they were finding a good source of information, and they weren't. And that's it, you know. So I don't wish ill on Meta. I don't wish ill on Jim Cramer. Like I said, I think I bet Jim Cramer would be awesome to hang out in his garden with. I guarantee he'd be awesome to hang out in his garden with. I'm not taking stock advice from Jim Cramer. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, I don't see the buyers coming in today on Meta. I mean, look at how mute that volume was today. I think people are stymied right now on Meta. I don't think anybody knows what to do with this stock. And I think you have tons of huge fund managers out there that were probably long to the gills on this and probably buying this thing the whole way down. And they are stuck now. I mean, they are holy cow stuck. You know, I don't know if Zuckerberg's a good leader or not. I mean, I'll tell you this, Facebook didn't get to this point because Mark Zuckerberg's a moron. I just think that maybe they got ahead of themselves with some of this stuff, and maybe they're ahead of their time. I don't know on this whole metaverse thing. I have zero interest in it. I know literally nothing about metaverse except the memes that go around and people joking about it. You know, on the screenshots that I've seen, or I believe they're of it, it looks like an advanced version of The Sims to me. So I don't know. I like SimCity. I never played The Sims. So I don't know any. You know, I don't know any of that stuff. They didn't get here because there was no leadership. They didn't get here because they were fools. But they did get here because a lot of bad decisions were made, and then bad decisions were piled on bad decisions. Could they right this ship? I don't see why they can't write it. I mean, they've got plenty of money, you know, and they know how to make a winning business model, but they got to prove it now. Now they got to prove it again. You know, they got to earn that trust back. You know, that's not given, you know, that trust was given, you know, back here coming out of COVID, you know, ran that up. That trust was lost here as far as I'm concerned, and continue to be lost on that run down. I know I'm gone off on a tangent here, but the thing that bothers me the most is there's a lot of people that lost money here. All right. There's a lot of regular people that lost money on that. And that just does not sit great with me. That's all there is to it. So anyways, I didn't even realize the time. Here I am going off on a tangent. Hopefully I didn't offend anybody. Never my goal here, just to talk and educate. Anyways, we're in a bit of a bull run. I don't know that will continue. I hope it does. Bull markets are much better for everybody. That's all there is to it. They're more fun to trade in general. They're better for everyone's retirement plans. They're better, just better overall. And I think more innovation comes out of bull markets. Of course, some of that innovation happens in bull markets because of what happened in the bear market. So, the ebb and flow of everything in life. All my usual Friday stuff, folks. Get outside, get away from your screens for a little bit. Take some personal time. If you can, I don't know where everybody is on the globe, obviously, but getting outside, getting a walk in, getting fresh air, if you can get some sunshine, stuff is beyond important what it does for us. Journaling, write some stuff down, how your week went, how your trades went, how your kids doing in school, how your dad's new project around the house is, whatever it is, how your mom's, taking new karate lessons, whatever it is that's going on in your life. Write a little bit down. That, ain't going to kill you. Video journal or audio journal, whatever it is. Stuff, it adds up over time, the great mental health that provides. Take some time for yourself. Get away from everybody. Get away from screens. Get away from your dog, your sister, your mother, your brother, your cousin, your uncle, your nephew, your wife, your husband, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your whatever, your tax advisor, whoever, get away from everybody. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, whatever it is. Just you and your thoughts. It's good to do that. Trust me. We'll come back here and we'll start to do it again Monday. Barry will have this open, obviously, at 9-ish, give or take, a.m. Eastern. I'm back here for a double take on Monday. Might take a day off next week. We'll see. But I won't be taking Monday off. So I'll be back here for a double take noon to 1 on the Eastern side, and then back here at 3:30 on the Eastern side again. With that all said, I felt like we had a great week here, folks. I know a lot of you are wrapping up a test drive. There's nobody really left listening to me, I don't think. But there were a lot of people that are wrapping up a test drive. They actually still got Monday technically. And I do hope that you folks have a great weekend. I greatly, I can never stress this enough. I appreciate all the questions, the comments, and the interactions that we have here. Tupperware is a terrible looking stock. Terrible looking stock. I really, I do appreciate the questions, the comments, and the interactions here, because believe me, I learn just as much by doing this with you folks as hopefully you folks are learning with me. So I thank you all very kindly, and I do hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of the weekend wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. All right. Take care, folks. Adios.